Welcome back, brothers and heretics, to Grimhammer. Tonight, we're diving into the lore of the Deathshroud, which is a personal bodyguard of Perturabo. Before we get to the madness, be sure to like, comment any videos or topics you want to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe from the Emperor or their Dark Gods. I want to thank you guys for the support. You've been killing it. Now, let's get to the madness.
The bells sounded beneath the skin of the plague planet. They did not hang from towers. They did not swing from iron frames or cathedral beams. Not in any sane fashion known to mortal craft. They grew from the vaulting ribs of the great ossuary cathedral, like swollen organs of bronze and bone, each one fused into the architecture by chains of rusted adamantium and ropes of tendon that pulsed when the clappers struck. Their voices rolled through the nave in waves of diseased thunder, deep enough to stir the fog that clung to the floor, deep enough to make the banners weep. Those banners had once been legion colours. Now they were mildew shrouds, green, bone white, rust black, and the yellow of old pus. They hung in great drowned sheets from spars made of femurs the size of siege pylons. They bore the sigils of companies that had died and risen again, of campaigns that had ended in planetary silence, of captains who had become names only tallymen remembered. Some had been stitched from human hide. Others had been woven from funeral cloth, stripped from shrine worlds, soaked in corpse water, and left to rot until the fabric itself had become a living thing. Below them, in the long nave of rusted bone, Mortarion stood alone. Not truly alone, never truly alone. Yet all things around him existed as if at a distance. The plague marines in attendance, the tallymen and their ledgers of skin, the plague surgeons with their hooked tools and sensors of blister gas, the droning cherub things whose wings were membranes of flayed meat, the flies that crawled in black constellations across the walls, even the Deathshroud, his most silent sons, his old shadows, his scythes given breath. All were near. None were close. Mortarion's presence made nearness meaningless. He towered in the cathedral's heart, a figure of pallid enormity, wrapped in mist and tattered robes that stirred, though there was no wind. His wings were folded behind him, like the remnants of some murdered angel dragged from the poison storms of Barbarous and remade in the image of despair. The great scythe silence rested in his grasp, its blade dark with old murder and older judgment. Vapour curled from the weapon's edge. Where it touched the cathedral floor, the stone blistered. He did not pace. He did not rage. He did not speak to fill silence, as lesser warlords did. Mortarion's quiet was not emptiness. It was pressure. It filled the cathedral until armor joints creaked beneath it and ancient killers lowered their eyes without being ordered. He did not need fury to be terrible. Fury was for the impatient. Threats were for those uncertain they would be obeyed. Around him stood the Deathshroud. They waited in corrupted cataphracti plate, each suit a moving mausoleum of ceramite, iron, rot, and sacred contagion. Their armour had once been the grim wargear of a legion that prized endurance above ornament. Now it had become something older than heraldry and uglier than ruin. Rust had eaten into the rims of their pauldrons. Bone growths pushed between armour plates. Chains of tarnished brass hung across their breastplates, bearing bells, censers, plague seals, and the shriveled remains of oath parchments no living scribe could read. Their helms were sealed tombs, slit visors glowing with weak corpse light. No faces showed, no names were spoken. Each bore a man-reaper. The great scythes stood taller than mortal men, their hafts wrapped in cracked leather, their blades curved and notched and clotted with black contagion. Some dripped slowly onto the floor. Each drop hissed through stone and left behind a crawling stain. The weapons did not gleam. They had no pride in polish. They were tools of harvest, execution, and final accounting. They had cut through loyalist plate, traitor flesh, alien chitin, machine cable, priest bone, and the last defenses of worlds that had believed stone and faith were enough. 2 Deathshrouds stood within 49th paces of Mortarion, always 2. A tallyman counted them. He was a bent male thing in corroded robes, his rebreather clogged with phlegm and brass devotional tags. A chain of finger bones hung between his hands, each tiny joint polished by centuries of counting. He moved one bead with a blackened thumbnail, then another, whispering the count through teeth lacquered in grave wax. He did not count because the Deathshroud required reminding. They knew. Their bodies knew. Their armor knew. Their souls, if such things still belonged to them, had been nailed to that distance since the age when the galaxy still pretended conquest and enlightenment were different words. The tallyman counted because count was worship. Number was devotion. Rot had measure. Plague had rhythm. A corpse took time to bloat, time to split, time to feed the garden. A siege had stages. A wound had progress. A failure had weight. The sons of Mortarion did not waste such things. They recorded. They endured. They let the galaxy decay according to sacred arithmetic. 37th pace, whispered the tallyman, moving a bead. A Deathshroud did not look at him. 38th. One of the bells above groaned, and something wet fell from its lip to burst against the flagstones. 39th. Mortarion's gaze was fixed upon a hololithic projection rising from a pit before him. The projection was not clean light. It was a plague hololith, a diseased apparition of a world rendered in bile green, corpse yellow, and arterial red. Static crawled across it as if alive. The orb rotated slowly, ringed by icons of war, infection, orbital fire, trench lines, void shield districts and dead zones where the data had grown too corrupted to read. Vordrast Majoris, a hive-forge world of the Imperium, a world of black chimneys and prayer towers, of manufactoria stacked higher than mountain ranges, of continent-long rail lines, carrying macro shells to guns that had not fallen silent in generations. Beneath its soot clouds lived tens of billions of imperial subjects, most born in labor habs, most dying without ever seeing a true sky. They worked under the sigil of the double-headed eagle and the cold red gaze of the machine cult. They stamped shells, poured promethium, blessed lacelles, riveted tank plates, rendered their dead into ration paste and called it duty. Its orbital bastions still fought. Their lance batteries still cut plague ships apart when the Death Guard drew too close. Its void docks still spat attack craft into the polluted heavens. Its manufactoria still forged shells for macro cannon and siege mortar. Its rulers still broadcast loyalty sermons through static-choked vox towers, still naming the corpse emperor as master of mankind, still promising deliverance to workers coughing blood into their ration masks. It had resisted for 77th days. The Death Guard had taken the outer trench continents. They had drowned the corpse fields in fever. They had broken the pilgrim roads and seized 3 manufactorum arcs. They had raised poxwalker tides from execution pits and refugee columns. They had driven plague-burst crawler fire into the hive walls until whole districts slumped like rotted teeth. They had made the rivers run thick enough for men to walk upon if they did not mind the hands reaching up from below. Yet Vordrast Majoris had not died. At its centre rose the oculus sepulchrum, an astropathic and logis fortress built into the primary hive spine, shielded by void generators, orbital relay towers, Mechanicus data vaults, and cathedrals of screaming faith. It saw the war. It directed the war. It kept the world's armies moving, its guns firing, its fleets warned, its prayers coordinated, its fear disciplined. Lord of Contagion Vorgast Cern had failed to break it. The name hung in the plague light. Vorgast Cern, warlord of the Carrion Mantle, bearer of the cracked bell Gorval's tongue, breaker of Ancrast's southern hives, favoured of his own ambition. A wet murmur moved among the lesser Death Guard gathered in the cathedral. It was not dissent. Dissent, in Mortarion's presence, was an instinct most had lost or buried. It was merely the sound of old lungs, infected respirators, swollen throats, and armour vents labouring beneath the weight of judgment. A plague surgeon shifted near the edge of the hololith. His armour was green beneath layers of surgical filth. Glass files clinked across his chest. A nest of mechadendrites twitched behind him, each ending in a saw, hook, syringe, or needle-tipped probe. His helm was shaped like a carrion bird's skull, the lenses shining with the feverish confidence of one who had survived too long by praising the powerful. "My lord," he rasped, bowing until his surgical harness clicked. Vorgast Cern's triumph remains inevitable. The world sickens by the hour. The corpse worshippers burn their own districts. Their dead rise in numbers beyond their capacity to purge. The siege ripens. It swells. It will split. Such resistance is merely the final spasm before surrender to the grandfather's embrace. No one answered him. The plague surgeon continued because silence frightened him, and frightened men often mistook speech for armour. The Lord of Contagion has taken their outer lines. Their manufactoria choke. Their lower hives rot. The enemy expends lives by the million merely to hold ground already seeded with blessing. The oculus sepulchrum cannot endure. It will fall. All walls fall. All flesh opens. A Deathshroud turned his helm. Only that. The movement was slow. A subtle grind of ancient plate. A faint creak of corrupted fibre bundles beneath ceramite. The helm's dim lenses settled upon the plague surgeon. The surgeon stopped speaking. His mechadendrites curled inward like worms touched by flame. One of his files cracked from the pressure of his own grip. Dark serum ran over his gauntlet and steamed where it touched the floor. He lowered his head, suddenly fascinated by the flagstones, by the corpse moss growing between them, by anything other than the silent Terminator now watching him. The Deathshroud did not threaten him. That was the terror. Threats were negotiations with fear. A threat still allowed the listener to imagine survival, apology, evasion, cleverness. The Deathshroud offered no such mercy. They were judgment without theatre. The surgeon understood that one more word might not anger the warrior. It might simply complete a tally. Mortarion watched the world turn in diseased light. At last, he moved. It was not much. His head inclined. His eyes, hidden beneath the shadow of his hood and helm, shifted from the hololith to 7 of the Deathshroud standing beyond the 49th pace. The cathedral changed. Flies fell dead from the air. Thousands of them dropped in a soft black rain, pattering across armour, banners, bone pews, and the wet stone floor. For a moment the droning ceased. The bells still sounded, but between their peals came a silence so complete that even the diseased engines beneath the cathedral seemed to hold their breath. Then the flies rose again. They lifted from the floor in shivering clouds, fatter than before, their bodies swollen with sudden life. Their wings beat harder. Their drone deepened. They circled the 7 Deathshroud in spirals, crawling over their helms, nestling beneath armor rims, vanishing into vents and cracks and sacred wounds. The plague light around Vordrast Majoris flickered. The world's image warped, stretched, and for an instant seemed to become an eye with a scythe drawn across its pupil. The 7 Deathshrouds stepped forward as one. Their boots struck the cathedral floor with the sound of tomb doors closing. One became distinct from the others, not by ornament, for none wore glory as loyalists understood it, but by the density of silence around him. His man-reaper's blade was broader, its edge pitted with old alchemical burns. A cracked bell hung from his gorget, bound there by black chain. It did not ring when he moved. He stopped outside the 49th pace. He did not kneel. Mortarion looked down upon him. The Primarch's voice, when it came, was not loud. It did not need to be. It rolled through the cathedral like poison fog through a trench, soft and suffocating. Vordrast remained sighted. The Deathshroud champion inclined his helm. "The Oculus sees," Mortarion said. The bells answered with a single peal. The tallyman moved another fingerbone along his chain. 49th, he whispered, though no one had asked. Mortarion's wings stirred, shedding vapor and old spores. Vorgast Cern was given plague. He was given engines. He was given numbers enough to bury continents. He was given time. The hololith spasmed. Images flashed within it. Trenches full of dead men, plague marines advancing through Las Fire, Imperial artillery lines vomiting light, poxwalkers swarming over barricades, a hive wall still standing, a tower of black stone and golden statuary still transmitting loyalist command bursts into the void. "He has made noise," Mortarion said. "Noise is not victory." The words passed through the assembled Death Guard like a blade through infected cloth. Several lowered their helms. One plague marine made a small devotional sign against his breastplate, 3 fingers touching the cracked fly rune marked into his armor. The 7. Deathshroud did not move. Mortarion raised one clawed hand. In his palm, a cloud of flies gathered into a dark sphere. Within it, brief images flickered. Vorgast Cern in his command cathedral, Imperial bastions, astropathic choirs, orbital route maps, a logis vault shaped like a skull, a throne of data, a world still thinking. "Go," said Mortarion. The Deathshroud champion's vox grill crackled. For a heartbeat, the sound was only static, like a death rattle trapped inside a metal lung. Then he spoke. "The Death Lord sees." No flourish followed it. No oath. No promise of slaughter. No declaration of wrath against terror. No praise to the Grandfather. No boast offered for the lesser warriors to remember. Just sentence and verdict. The plague surgeon bowed lower. The tallyman smiled behind his mask, gums black and wet. The Deathshroud turned away from Mortarion and began the march toward the teleportarium vaults. They passed between rows of plague sensors held by thralls, whose bodies had been opened and resealed with brass staples. Each sensor swung on chains made from finger bones. The smoke pouring from them was green, oily, and thick with shapes that looked almost like faces before they broke apart. Servo skulls drifted above, their eye lenses crusted with cataracts of machine rust. Cherub things dragged rolls of flayed parchment behind the 7, trying to record their passage, but the ink curdled on the page. The cathedral doors opened before them. Beyond lay a corridor like the throat of a dead god. Its walls were ribbed with iron and bone. Pipes sweated chemical moisture. Rusted grills breathed warm vapor over the Deathshroud as they descended. Far below, the teleportarium engines woke from their slumber. the sound was not the clean hum of Imperial translation craft. It was coughing, grinding, choking life. Machine spirits stirred in their corrupted housings, not eager, not obedient, but feverish. Brass coils sparked. Cables twitched like infected nerves. The vault's great teleportation rings rotated in broken increments, each movement accompanied by the screech of metal that had forgotten oil and learned pain instead. Warpsmith thralls and plague-bonded tech adepts moved around the chamber. They wore robes stiff with dried fluids and armor plates inscribed with supplications to decay. One placed his hand against a console and murmured Binharic prayers through a throat that had become mostly tubing. The console answered by bleeding. The 7 Deathshroud took their places on the dais. Their man-reapers stood upright beside them. Their plague-spurt gauntlets hissed softly, reservoirs sloshing with alchemical filth, corpse-rendered toxins and warp-fermented disease. Ammunition rooms guttered in their helm displays. Ancient targeting spirits blinked awake. Teleport locks crawled across their armor in jaundiced light. The tallyman had followed them. He stood at the edge of the vault, counting again. Not distance now. Names he did not know. Deaths not yet delivered. Worlds not yet harvested. His chain of finger bones clicked and clicked and clicked. 7 sent, he whispered. 7 witnessed. 7 bells. 7 silences. 7 scythes beneath the gaze. The Deathshroud champion turned his helm toward him. The tallyman stopped smiling. For a moment, beneath the tolling of distant bells and the rising growl of the teleportarium, the vault became still. Then the champion looked away. The tallyman exhaled in relief through a filter full of phlegm. The teleportarium screamed. Corpse light flooded the chamber. It burst upward in a column of diseased radiance, green and white, and the colour of old bone under swamp water. Flies poured from the floor in impossible numbers, erupting through cracks in the stone, from vents, from the mouths of dead servitors bolted into the machinery. They wrapped the 7 Terminators in a living shroud. Armour silhouettes blurred. Man-reaper blades became crescent shadows. Helm lenses burned like dying stars seen through fog. The machine spirits coughed through corrupted vox grills. Coordinates were vomited into the noosphere. Vordrast Majoris answered from across the void, not willingly, but all things answered when the warp found their wounds. The Deathshroud vanished. They did not leave with thunder. They departed with the sound of a grave being filled. On Vordrast Majoris, far from the plague planet, and beneath a sky bruised by orbital war, lord of contagion, Vorgast Cern stood before a tactical hololith inside the command cathedral of the Carrion Mantle. The chamber had once been an imperial manufactorum shrine. Its statues had been defaced. Its machine altars had been drowned in fat and rust. Chains of corpses hung from gantries where incense burners had once swung. Vorgast had made a throne from artillery shields, loyalist tank plates, and the fused armour of defeated officers. Around him, his captains argued over trench advances, ammunition rot, demon engine hunger, and the stubborn endurance of the Oculus Sepulchrum. Vorgast was massive even among the Death Guard. His Terminator plate was swollen with corruption, its belly plate split by a vertical maw that breathed spores when he spoke. A great plague cleaver rested in one fist. At his back hung Gorval's tongue. The cracked bell he claimed had sounded over 7 conquered hives. He had been laughing when the message came. A Vox servitor lurched forward, its jaw replaced by a brass speaker horn. "My lord," it crackled. Transmission from the plague planet, marked by the sigil of the Death Lord. Vorgast's laughter died into a wet purr. "Read it," The servitor's eyes burst. Black fluid ran down its cheeks. Reinforcement granted. Honor guard dispatched. 7 inbound. Vorgast's captains murmured with diseased approval. One struck his fist against his breastplate. Another gave praise to the grandfather. Vorgast spread his arms, rot steam hissing from his joints. Mortarion honors endurance, he said. He knows the world is near to breaking. He sends witnesses to my triumph. Beside the throne, a hunched male tallyman looked down at his own chain of finger bones. He had gone very still. Vorgast noticed. "What is it, little counter?" The tallyman did not look up at first. His fingers moved over the bones, one by one, each click suddenly loud within the cathedral. Then he raised his masked face. "Not guards, Lord." Vorgast's mouth more flexed, irritated. The tallyman's voice became a whisper. "Eyes." Vordrast Majoris burned in layers. From high orbit, it was not a world so much as a weapon that had been wounded and refused to die. Its night side glowed with furnace continents, with manufactoria chains stretching from horizon to horizon, like the exposed veins of some iron god. Its day side was hidden beneath bruise-coloured cloud banks, ash storms, chemical fog, and the dirty gold flashes of orbital war. Hive towers rose through the poison weather in clusters of black stone, adamantium, stained glass, and exhaust stacks, each one a mountain of habitation and industry, each one packed with millions upon millions of imperial subjects who had been born to labour, pray, breed, obey, and die. Around the hives, the trench belts crossed continents. They were not lines. Lines were for maps and parade tables. These were nations of mud, iron, concrete, corpses, and fear. They cut across plains of cinder and old battlefield glass. They wound through dead forests whose trunks had been replaced by vox masts and gallows poles. They descended beneath toxic marshlands and rose again through fields of razor wire, mine shrines, gun pits, corpse barricades and tank graveyards. In places, the trenches were wide enough for baneblades to crawl through beneath sheets of camo netting. In others, they narrowed into wet throat like passages where men had to turn sideways and step over the dead because there was nowhere else to put them. Beyond the trenches stood the forge vaults of the Mechanicus, buried under domes of black metal and red devotional plating. Their smokestacks never ceased vomiting heat. Their manufactorum gates were carved with skulls and cog teeth. Chains of servitors dragged shell casings along rail lines that crossed entire provinces. Macro shells the height of hab blocks rolled on tracked haulers toward guns buried in cathedral bunkers. Shell priests daubed each warhead with oil and blood. Servo arms loaded, sealed, blessed and dispatched. The world's industry had no mercy in it. It did not pause for plague, invasion or grief. It merely changed the shape of its production from labour to war. Near the equator, corpse rendering plants worked without interruption. They took the dead by the 1,000 and by the million. Conveyor trenches received bodies from the front. Hook cranes lifted them in swinging clusters. Uniformed, limbs, civilian torsos, burned faces, shattered augmetics, half-cooked priests, tank crewmen scraped from their wrecks, all entered the same iron mouths. The loyal dead became ration paste, corpse starch, promethium additives, bone meal for trench reinforcement, and devotional ash for the shrine districts. The unclean dead were supposed to be burned, sanctified, and sealed. The unclean dead did not always remain still long enough. In the shrine districts, spires pierced the murk like accusations aimed at the void. Bells rang from 1,000 basilicas. Loud hailers screamed litanies over the coughing masses. Processions of penitents marched through streets slick with rain, ash and blood. carrying icons of the Emperor beneath flak awnings, while artillery shells passed overhead with the slow howl of incoming damnation. The faithful pressed prayer strips to their rebreathers. Militia squads knelt in sewage and kissed Aquilas before returning to the barricades. Priests beat the slow and desperate rhythm of obedience into men who had seen their brothers rise from plague pits with green light in their eyes. Above it all, the orbital coffin docks circled like rusted crowns. They were immense, rectangular grave stations built to receive void freighters, troop barges, and mechanicus mass haulers. Now their loading arms were broken, their docking coffins venting fire into space. Imperial defense monitors drifted between them, bleeding atmosphere from lance wounds, still firing as their crew compartments decompressed. Beyond them, plague ships moved with hideous patience, their hulls fat with growths, their prows marked by ancient legion sigils drowned beneath corrosion and filth. Torpedoes crossed the void. Macro batteries spoke. Lance beams cut the darkness into white scars. Men died in vacuum without sound, their blood freezing in tiny red pearls that drifted briefly before the guns found them too. Vordrast Majoris was a world of bells and bone. It was also a world that still resisted. In the primary command vault beneath Hive Mandrake, Lord General Cassian Rauch stood before a hololithic strategic table and watched his planet die by increments. He was an old soldier, though old had different meanings in the Imperium. His rejuvenate treatments had thinned his skin and sharpened his cheekbones. One eye was flesh, grey and bloodshot. The other was augmetic, a black orb rimmed with brass that clicked whenever it refocused on a new theatre of war. His coat was dark and heavy with medals, but the mud on its hem was real. He had walked the forward trenches before the plague fog made that impossible. He had seen men pull their own teeth out because the rot in their gums whispered promises to them. He had ordered bombardments on positions where his own regiment still fought because the alternative was letting the infection advance. Around him, officers murmured into vox horns. Servo skulls streamed casualty ledgers. Astropathic warning bells chimed at irregular intervals from sealed alcoves. Every surface shook with the distant labour of guns. "Western corpse fields have collapsed," said Colonel Varron, his voice tight beneath his respirator mask. 17th Trench Army reports full breach, poxwalker masses in the millions. They are using the dead as cover against our heavy bolters. Rauch did not look away from the map. Then burn the dead. Promethium reserves are being redirected to the inner manufactoria fire breaks. Then use artillery. Macro batteries are awaiting firing solutions from the Oculus Sepulchrum. Rauch's augmetic eye clicked. Tell the Oculus that if they cannot provide me with firing solutions, I will begin choosing coordinates by prayer and spite. No one laughed. There was no room left in the vault for laughter. Beside the Lord General stood Magos Dominus Celt 9. The tech priest was tall, if the word could be applied to something whose height depended on the arrangement of folded mechanical limbs beneath his robes. His body was a cage of brass, black iron, red lacquer, and preserved organic remnants. A sliver of human face remained behind a vertical mask of polished steel. His voice came from 3 speakers at once, each one slightly out of harmony with the others. Data chains hung from his shoulders. Mechadendrites tapped against the floor with insect patience. "Correction," Celt 9 intoned. "The Oculus Sepulchrum provides firing solutions at acceptable efficiency within plague-degraded parameters. Astra Militarum Impatience is a flesh-derived contaminant." Rauch looked at him. "And your forge districts, Magos? Are they contaminated by my impatience as well?" Kelt 9's eye lenses pulsed red. Forge District Kaldor remains productive. Forge District Helvan remains productive. Forge District Omric produces at diminished capacity due to worker mortality, coolant failure, demon engine incursion, and spontaneous corpse animation. Production quotas have been revised downward by necessity, not emotion. Can you keep the shells coming? Until the labor population is reduced below sustainable threshold, the machine spirits will be fed. Good, Rauk said. That is the closest thing to hope I have heard today. On the far side of the hololith, Cannon Marshal Odrin Vey slammed the butt of his Crozius against the floor. He was broad, bald, scarred, and wrapped in black vestments over battered carapace plate. Candles burned on the frame rising from his back, their flames guttering green whenever plague spores drifted too close. His beard was tied with purity seals. His eyes were fever bright. Hope is not counted in shells, Lord General. Hope is the Emperor's gaze upon the faithful. The shrine militias hold because faith commands the flesh beyond fear. Rauk's expression did not change. Faith has killed many men for me, Cannon Marshal. I am not ungrateful. It has kept them from running. So have commissars. Vey's jaw tightened. Blasphemous levity is a luxury of men who believe logistics will save their souls. Nothing will save our souls, Rauk said. I am trying to save the guns. Between them, the hololith flickered, showing the scale of the Imperial defense. Billions of planetary defense soldiers held lines across continents. Hundreds of millions of conscripted hive militia clogged the inner barricades, armed with laslocks, shot cannons, autoguns, mining charges, sharpened scrap blades, and devotional terror. Armored regiments moved in rust-colored blocks beneath smoke canopies. Lehman Russ squadrons fired from revetments until their barrels glowed. Super-heavy companies crawled through avenues wide enough for cathedrals. Skitari maniples advanced in machine-perfect formations through rad sleet. Cataphron breaches rolled like tracked reliquaries beneath storm fire. Night households strode at the flanks of hive gates, their ion shields flashing, their pilots chanting oaths through ancestral thrones. In the north, the warlord titan, Belisar Rex, stood in its cradle, awakening. Its silhouette dominated 3 forge districts. Its god-engine body rose beneath gantries crowded with priests, servitors, weapon crews, and sacrifice chains. Incense clouds drifted around its volcano cannon. Its plasma annihilator drank power from reactor temples buried deep below the hive. Its princeps and moderati communed inside amniotic command sanctums, speaking to a machine spirit older than most dynasties and angrier than any living man. When Belisar Rex walked, cities listened, but the enemy did not care for the grandness of men. The Death Guard came as weather, as sickness, as weight. They advanced in steady ranks through the outer murk, not running, not rushing, not breaking beneath fire that would have erased mortal armies. Plague Marines walked through shell bursts with their bloated armor ringing. Bolter rounds stitched sparks across their plates. Las fire cooked slime from their pauldrons. Mortars turned the ground beneath them into fountains of mud and meat. They continued. Some fell, burst open, smoked, twitched, then rose again, or were climbed over by those behind them. Their rusted rhinos came grinding through chemical fog, tracks clogged with bone mulch, exhausts coughing corpse fumes. Hatches dropped, and warriors in corroded legion plates stepped out with bolters, plague knives, cleavers, flails, and blight launchers. They fired without haste. Every bolt impact detonated in wet red ruin. Men burst against sandbags. Barricades became butcher tables. officers vanished behind curtains of meat and armor fragments. Poxwalkers moved before them in tides. They had been workers, soldiers, pilgrims, children once, though there was little use in remembering that now. They came with their jaws hanging, their bellies split, their hands clawing, their eyes bright with mindless joy. They drowned minefields under their bodies. They filled trenches with their own pulped dead until the next wave could walk across. They laughed when flamers took them. They laughed as heavy stubbers sawed them apart. They laughed with voices full of flies. Behind them, plague-burst crawlers squatted like diseased siege beasts, lobbing arcing shells over ruined hab blocks. The shells came down with a sound like vomiting gods. They burst among Imperial lines in sprays of filth, shrapnel, gas and warp, touched plague that ate through masks and faith alike. Men drowned in their own lungs. Others clawed at swelling skin until they tore their faces open. Medici stations became slaughterhouses when the infected rose from their pallets and bit the orderlies trying to save them. Fetid bloat drones skimmed low through alleys and trench corridors, their turbines chewing smoke, their flesh mower blades grinding men into mist. Some bore plague spitters that washed bunkers in liquid corruption. Others carried blight launchers that thudded infectious death into hab blocks packed with militia. Their machine spirits droned with obscene contentment. Hellbrutes stumbled in the wake of the advance, screaming inside sarcophagi that had become prisons, shrines and torture chambers. One tore open a chimera and beat the crew to paste against its hull, howling a name no one had spoken since the heresy. Another fired multi-melter blasts into a shrine gate until the bronze aquila sagged like candle wax, then charged through the breach with fists slick to the elbows. This was no swift conquest. This was erosion. The Death Guard did not need to win the hour. They poisoned the next hour, and the next, and the one after that. They killed water sources, air recyclers, corpse disposal rights, ammunition crews, Medici discipline, sleep, courage, and memory. They made time itself an ally of decay. Every minute Vordrast endured, Vordrast worsened. In the command cathedral of the Carrion Mantle, Lord of Contagion Vorgast Cern watched that worsening and called it victory. His throne of battlefield scrap stood beneath the broken statue of an imperial saint whose head had been replaced with a cluster of plague bells. His captains gathered in a half-circle below him, each one a champion of rot, each one swollen with old wounds and older pride. The air was thick with fever steam. Maps of Vordrast crawled across the chamber in plague light. Icons of taken districts pulsed green. Icons of resistance glared red. The oculus sepulchrum remained a black thorn at the world's heart. Vorgast hated it. He hated that it still transmitted. He hated that its bastions still coordinated artillery. He hated that the defenders still spoke as if there were a tomorrow. He hated most of all that Mortarion would know. He wanted Vordrast, not as a name in another war ledger, not as another offering placed beneath the Death Lord's gaze and forgotten beneath greater campaigns. He wanted the world as a foundation, a plague realm of his own, a throne world of smoke, rust and bells. Its manufactoria would forge weapons for his companies. Its corpse plants would feed his poxwalker hosts. Its orbital docks would birth plague ships. Its shrine districts would be inverted, their bells retuned, their prayers made wet and honest. He saw himself as a lord beneath Mortarion, yes, but high among the chosen, a warlord whose name would be counted by tallymen with reverence rather than correction. "The south crawls open," rumbled Captain Bravuk, a blight lord whose helm lenses had grown cataracts of yellow crystal. Give me the 7th Reserve and I will gut the Shrine Road before dawn. You have asked for the 7th Reserve every day since you lost the 6th, said another captain. I spent it well. You spent it loudly. Vorgast raised his cleaver. The chamber quieted. We do not squabble like corpse worshippers over ration tins, he said. His voice was thick, resonant, alive with phlegm and command. The oculus remains. Until it is blind, the world has a mind. Until the mind is opened, the body refuses to rot properly. A tallyman stood beside his throne, smaller than the warriors around him, bent beneath ledgers bound in human skin. He did not speak unless asked. His fingers worried at a chain of finger bones. Vorgast glanced down at him. You have counted the enemy's collapse. I have counted many collapses, Lord. Do not become clever. I count that also, Lord. Vorgast's belly-maw opened and exhaled spores. A warning rune flared on the hololith. The chamber temperature dropped. The plague light twisted inward upon itself. Flies erupted from the cracks in the floor, from the mouths of hanging corpses, from the hollow eyes of the defaced saint above the throne. Vox horns shrieked. Servo skulls slammed into walls and burst. The captains stepped back as corpse light clawed open the air in the center of the cathedral. 7 figures materialized. The teleport strike did not thunder. It arrived like a wound opening. The Deathshroud stood in a crescent before Vorgast's throne, their cataphractii plate wet with condensation from another world's fog. Their armor ticked as heat and sickness settled into the chamber. Flies crawled from cracked vents and beneath overlapping plates. Man-reapers rested in their fists, blades low, edges black. Their helms faced Vorgast. They did not kneel. They did not salute. They did not speak. Vorgast rose from his throne slowly. He was massive, diseased, terrible. His captains had seen him split loyalist dreadnoughts with his cleaver. They had seen him stand beneath bombardment and laugh as shrapnel vanished into his swollen hide. They had seen him drown trenches with one command and turn cities into gardens of coughing meat. He had earned dread. Yet when he looked upon the 7, something in the chamber changed. The captains watched him measure what had arrived. Not reinforcements, not champions eager for his favor, not warriors seeking a place in his order of battle. Eyes. Vorgast spread his arms. Honored scythes of the Death Lord, he said, forcing the grandeur into his voice. You arrive at the hour of ripening. Vordras Majoris cracks, its walls soften, its defenders bleed from every opening. Stand with me, and you shall see a world fall in praise to the Grandfather and to Mortarion. The Deathshroud did not answer. The silence stretched. A fly crawled from the champion's gorget and across the cracked bell hanging there. The bell did not ring. Vorgast's captains shifted. One looked down. Another pretended to study the hololith. The tallyman's fingers clicked too quickly along his chain until he caught himself and stopped. Vorgast's tone hardened. You will take station with my inner guard. 2 of you will attend my person. The rest will be assigned where the oculus defenses prove most irritating. Captain Bravok will provide theatre briefings. You will obey my battle cant while under my command. Nothing. No helm turned. No scythe lifted. No acknowledgement came. Vorgast's cleaver creaked in his fist. I am Lord of Contagion on this world. The Deathshroud champion's helm tilted by the smallest degree. That was all. It was enough to make the chamber feel suddenly smaller. Vorgast understood the insult because it was not shaped like insult. It was not mockery. It was not rebellion. It was simple refusal to recognize a false hierarchy. The Deathshroud had not come under his command. They had come through him, past him, around him. He was a feature of the theatre, a thing to be observed, a possible weakness, a possible infection requiring excision. His captains understood it as well. The humiliation settled on him like ash. Far away, beneath Hive Mandrake, Lord General Rauch received the Auspex report while the command vault shook from another bombardment. New teleport signatures inside the traitor command zone, Colonel Varron reported. Terminator mass, 7 returns, no additional armor columns detected. Rauch barked a single exhausted laugh. 7, Throne of Terror, they send relic bodyguards now. Mark it and return to matters that can kill more than a room at a time. A shape stirred in the shadows near the astropathic alcoves. He was called Savant Hest, though Rauch doubted that had been his first name. The man was ancient, thin, wrapped in dark robes marked with the sigils of inquisitorial sanction. He had arrived before the siege with sealed authority, unpleasant knowledge, and a habit of appearing where fear had not yet been named. His scalp was parchment pale. His eyes were filmed but alert. A chain of warding charms hung at his throat. 7 is enough, Hest said. Rauch turned. The savant's voice was dry as old paper. Lord General, you are thinking in regiments. Do not. There are warriors in this galaxy who are not units of battle. They are decisions given armor. Kelt 9 emitted a burst of static. Clarification required. 7 Terminator patterns cannot mathematically alter planetary scale engagement without access to strategic vulnerability. They will find one, said Hest. Canon Marshal Vey made the sign of the Aquila. Name them. Hest looked at the hololith as if the plague light from the distant enemy command cathedral had somehow reached him. Deathshroud. The word chilled the vault more effectively than any breach alarm. Rauch's laugh did not return. On the far side of the war, inside the Carrion Mantle Cathedral, the 7 Deathshroud moved for the first time since Vorgast had tried to command them. They approached the tactical hololith. Captains stepped aside without being ordered. One did not move quickly enough. A Deathshroud's pauldron brushed him, not striking, merely passing, and the Blight Lord stumbled as if a siege tank had grazed him. He said nothing. Anger would have made him foolish. Pride would have made him dead. The hololith showed the great fronts of Vordrast, the outer trenches where billions struggled in mud and plague fog, the shrine roads where militia burned their own wounded to halt infection, the forge vaults where the Mechanicus fed men and metal into the same sacred hunger, the orbital coffin docks where Imperial guns still spat defiance, the Titan cradle, the corpse plants, the hive gates, the Oculus sepulchrum, black and bright and hateful. Vorgast waited for them to mark the largest battle, the southern breach perhaps, the shrine road, the Titan cradle, somewhere grand, somewhere worthy of scythes. They ignored them all. The champion raised one gauntlet. Plague fluid dripped from its knuckles onto the hololith projector. The light distorted. A clawed finger touched the first mark. A command bastion controlling 3 trench armies. The second mark. A Vox cathedral routing artillery prayers and targeting cant. The third. A corpse logistics nexus feeding both ration and infection protocols to the inner hive. The fourth. A Mechanicus noospheric relay beneath Forge District Helven. The fifth. An orbital defense coordination shrine linked to lance batteries above the Eastern Hemisphere. The sixth. A militia muster basilica where Canon Marshal Vey's shrine fighters received orders and absolution. The 7th mark hovered above the center of the map, the Oculus sepulchrum. Vorgast stared. You leave the battlefront untouched. The Deathshroud champion did not look at him. Vorgast's voice thickened. The enemy bleeds in the open. Their armies are there. Silence. The tallyman beside the throne whispered before he could stop himself. They do not mean to kill the hands, Lord. Vorgast's helm turned toward him. Speak carefully. The tallyman swallowed. They mean to kill the mind. The 7 marks pulsed on the plague-stained hololith. Across Vordrast, billions of warriors still fought, fired, prayed, screamed and died. Guns still thundered, tanks still burned, plague engines still crawled. But in the command cathedral, the Deathshroud had already dismissed the grand noise of the war as lesser work. They would not grind harder, they would blind, they would sever, they would remove the world's ability to think, and then all its armies, all its guns, all its faith, all its industry, all its sacrifice would become nothing but meat still twitching after the head had been taken. At last, the champion's helm turned toward the black icon of the Oculus Sepulchrum. A dry rasp issued from his vox grill, low and final. Witness. Bastion Carthax had been built to command continents. It rose from the ash plains like a clenched fist of adamantium and black rockcrete. Its lower walls sunk into kilometers of bunker strata, its upper towers bristling with vox spires, auger dishes, artillery logic vanes and shrine beacons. Around it, trench networks spread outward in vast, filthy tributaries, feeding orders and ammunition to 3 continental fronts. Millions of soldiers lived and died according to the signals that passed through Carthax's sanctified circuits. Macro batteries fired when Carthax gave permission. Air wings lifted when Carthax opened the sky lanes. Withdrawal orders, bombardment patterns, quarantine instructions, ration dispatches, medici triage, routing, counterattack timings. All of it pulsed through the Bastion's iron heart. Its command sanctum was buried beneath 12 gates, 6 voidlock thresholds, murder servitor galleries, oath-sealed blast doors, and enough stormtroopers to drown a lesser assault in disciplined hellgun fire. The Imperium trusted Bastion Carthax. That was its first weakness. Inside the command sanctum, Colonel Mardrek Solm stood beneath the glow of the grand hololith and listened to 100 voices die through the vox. He was broad-shouldered, grey-haired, his face cross-hatched by old scars and new exhaustion. His carapace breastplate bore the Aquila and the campaign sigil of Vordrast Majoris, though ash and finger smears had dulled both. Around him, officers worked at command lecterns. Vox priests bent over brass horn relays, chanting signal purity rites between bursts of static. Cartograph servitors hung from ceiling tracks, their skulls split open to house map cogitators, their hands replaced by stylus clusters that scratched casualty movements across parchment scrolls. Servo skulls drifted in slow circles, their eye lenses clicking as they recorded everything for the Oculus Sepulchrum. Stormtroopers stood at the chamber's edges in black and grey armour, hellguns locked to their breastplates, visors down, rebreathers sealed. Men of Carthax's inner defence cadre, men who had trained to fight traitors in corridors, mutants in hab uprisings, Xenos boarding actions, and the nightmares that came with warp breach. They had drilled for teleport assault. They had drilled for demonic incursion. They had drilled to kill whatever appeared in the sanctum without waiting for orders. Discipline did not fail them. Reality did. The first sign was the smell, not rot alone. Rot was common on Vordrast now. Rot came through filters, clung to uniforms, floated in recycled air, and slept in the back of every throat. This was older, wetter. The stench of graves opened beneath swamp water. The stink of plague ships, diseased altars and organs kept alive long after the body had been discarded. Then the air curdled. It thickened into greenish fog around the hololith, sourceless and crawling. Vox lights flickered. Cherubim servitors nailed above the sanctum doors began to scream through mouths that had been sewn shut. The purity seals on the blast shutters browned, curled and dropped in flakes. The brass icons of the Emperor tarnished in heartbeats. Colonel Solm drew his bolt pistol. "Teleport breach," he snapped. "Inner cadre, fire pattern sanctum red. Vox, inform hive mandrake. Seal all doors." The Vox priest nearest him reached for the command horn, but the horn vomited flies into his face. The teleport strike opened. It was not a burst of clean light. It was not the sharp snap of loyalist teleportarium translation. The sacred moment of matter ordered through the immaterium by warded engines and prayer. This came like a disease finding a wound. The floor split with corpse light. Buzzing filled the chamber, not from the air but from inside teeth, inside helmets, inside skulls. Men clapped hands to their ears. One officer tore off his rebreather and gagged as black insects poured from the filter. 7 shapes formed in the fog. Cataphractii plate, scythes, sealed helms, corpse green armor slick with condensation and filth. For one heartbeat, no one moved. The Deathshroud stood among them like tombs given permission to walk. Then the plague spurt gauntlets ignited. Filth came from their weapons in roaring torrents. Not flame, though it burned. Not acid, though it ate. Not simple poison, though men died choking before they could scream. It was a pressurized flood of alchemical bile, plague broth and warp-thick corruption, sprayed in fat streams that struck cover and flowed around it, crawled under it, clung to it, found the seams in armor and the gaps beneath masks. A stormtrooper took the first wash across his shield. The slab of ceramite steamed, blistered and sagged. Then his gauntlets fused to the grip and his arms collapsed inward as the bones softened. Another ducked behind a cogitator bank. The plague torrent spilled across the top, ran down the rear plating, and poured over him from behind like a living waterfall. His scream became wet static. The sanctum erupted. Hellguns snapped white lines through the fog. Shotgun slugs hammered into bloated plate. Grenades detonated at the Deathshroud's feet, blasting, chunks from the floor and filling the air with shrapnel. The 7 advanced through it without haste. Their armor rang, cracked, bled vapor, but did not stop. Where rounds penetrated, black fluid welled and flies crawled out. Where plasma scored their plate, the wounds smoked and congealed. Colonel Solm fired his bolt pistol into the nearest helm. The shell struck, detonated, and snapped the Deathshroud's head back a fraction. Only a fraction. The Man Reaper answered. It moved too quickly for something so large. The scythe blade swept sideways in a single low arc. Not a wild chop, not a berserker's swing, but a harvest stroke perfected across 10,000 years of war. It passed through a storm shield rim, through the arm behind it, through carapace breastplate, rib, lung and spine, and emerged in a spray of blood and armor fragments. The stormtrooper folded in 2 separate directions before hitting the floor. The blade continued, clipping the legs from another guard and splitting a command servitor's torso open from hip to shoulder. Wet parchment, brass gears and human entrails spilled together. The Deathshroud did not shout. Their silence was worse than battle cries. They killed as if fulfilling a maintenance rite. One brought his scythe down through a vox priest and the lectern beneath him, cleaving man, brass, prayer strips and signal relays in half. Another hooked a cartograph servitor from its ceiling rail, dragged it down, and crushed its skull beneath a boot until maps, bone, and cogitator fluid burst outward across the tiles. A third strode through a storm of lass fire and opened his plague-spurt gauntlet across the artillery coordination dais. Officers disappeared beneath a boiling wave of rot. Their skin sloughed from their faces. Their eyes burst. One tried to crawl away with no lower jaw, dragging himself through pools of his own liquefying organs until a Terminator boot ended him with a sound like a ration tin crushed in mud. Lord General Cassian Rauch watched it all from Hive Mandrake. His hollow proxy stood in Bastion Carthax beside Colonel Solm, a flickering blue ghost projected into the sanctum from the primary command vault. He had been speaking through it moments before, issuing artillery redirection orders to stabilize the western corpse fields. Now his image strobed in the plague fog, interrupted by static and blood spray. Through the picked feeds, he saw men he had known for decades die without even slowing the attackers. "Solm," he said, voice cutting through the vox distortion. "Withdraw command staff. Preserve firing logic. Do not engage them directly." Colonel Solm looked toward the hollow proxy, with half his face already speckled by plague bile. He managed a bitter smile. "My lord, they are standing inside the firing logic." A Deathshroud passed through the projection, reducing Rauch's image to a burst of ghost light. For an instant, the Lord General's view shattered into fragments. Picked Lens 1 showed the ceiling alive with flies. Picked Lens 2 showed a stormtrooper vomiting blood into his visor. Picked Lens 3 showed a Man Reaper blade descending through Colonel Solm's command table, cutting the hololithic theatre map into a cascade of broken light. Rauch slammed a fist against the edge of his own table. "Carthax, answer. Carthax, maintain vox discipline. Colonel Solm, report." Only static answered, then prayers, then wet impacts, then the sound of plague flies striking pick lenses, until the feeds became black with crawling bodies. Inside Carthax, the Deathshroud ignored most of the fleeing soldiers. That was the first thing the defenders misunderstood. Terror wanted pursuit. Terror wanted screams chased down corridors, backs opened, men butchered because they ran. The Deathshroud permitted flight where flight served them. A junior officer bolted through a side door with 2 adjutants and a blood-soaked data slate. None of the 7 turned. A Medicaid dragged a coughing Vox adept behind a console. The Deathshroud stepped past them. They killed the Bastion's mind. Vox officers died first. The Man Reapers reaped them from their stations in silence, blades passing through brass horn arrays and human bodies alike. Astropathic relay adepts were torn from their warded alcoves before they could finish distress rites. One Deathshroud reached through the iron grill of a sealed choir booth, seized the Sanction Psyker inside by the head, and squeezed, until skull, helm, and psychic collar ruptured in a flash of blue fire. The resulting scream travelled nowhere. A plague gauntlet drowned the transmitter in corrosive slime. Cartograph servitors were cut down. Logistic scribes were bisected at their benches. Artillery coordinators had their hands severed before their throats, so the last thing they saw was their own fingers twitching across useless firing keys. Senior officers were harvested with precision. The Deathshroud left junior aides alive when their ranks were too low to matter. They cut down every man who could give orders that armies obeyed. A squad of Bullgrins countercharged through the western blast doors. There were 6 of them, huge even by abhuman standards, slab-muscled and thick-necked, encased in dented armor and bearing brute shields scarred by previous horrors. Their bone-eyed sergeant led them with a roar that shook blood from the ceiling. Rip mauls crackled in their fists. They thundered across the sanctum like living siege weights, smashing aside fallen consoles and corpses. The first Bullgrin hit a Deathshroud hard enough to crack the floor beneath them both. The Terminator slid back half a pace. Half. The Bullgrin bellowed in triumph, raised his maul, and took a Man-Reaper blade through the mouth. It entered below the nose, carved through teeth, palate, brain and skull, and emerged from the back of his head, trailing grey matter and blackened bone. The Deathshroud wrenched the scythe free, and the abhuman dropped to his knees, still gripping his shield, until another sweep opened him from clavicle to groin. The others crashed into the crescent. For a few seconds, brute force made a war of it. Mauls hammered armor, shields slammed into swollen plate. One Deathshroud took a blow to the shoulder that drove him into a command lectern and cracked his pauldron open, releasing a burst of flies and corpse gas. Another had his scythe pinned between two slab shields, while a third Bullgrin drove a crackling maul into his chestplate again and again. The Deathshroud endured. Then they harvested. Plague Spurt flooded over shields, flowing around their edges and down the Bullgrin's arms. Flesh blistered and split. Fingers swelled inside gauntlets until the metal burst. A Man-Reaper hooked behind one abhuman's knee and tore the leg away in a gush of dark blood. Another blade punched through a brute shield and into the chest behind it, then twisted, opening lungs and heart with a butcher's economy. The pinned Deathshroud released his weapon with one hand, seized the Bullgrin beating his chestplate by the throat, and held him still while another scythe removed the creature's head. Only the bone-eyed sergeant lived, not because he was stronger, because the Deathshroud allowed it. The champion struck him once with the haft of his Man-Reaper, cracking the Bullgrin's helm and driving him backward through the open blast doors. A Plague Spurt gauntlet hissed, not in full torrent, but in a short, intimate exhalation, across the abhuman's chest and neck. Spores sank into torn armor seams. The Bullgrin staggered, choking, eyes wide behind cracked lenses. He expected the killing blow. It did not come. The champion watched him stumble away. The Bullgrin reeled into the evacuation corridor, one hand pressed to his throat, the other dragging his maul along the floor. Men rushed to him. Medicae shouted. Stormtroopers pulled him through the secondary blast doors, trying to seal the sanctum behind him. He fell among them, coughing, shaking, weeping blood from eyes and ears. By the time the doors closed, the spores had begun to flower. In the command cathedral of the Carrion Mantle, Vorgast Cern watched the attack through stolen plague sight cast across his hololith. His captains murmured approval as Bastion Carthax's command runes flickered, dimmed, and died. Beside the throne, his tallyman clicked bone beads across his chain with trembling reverence. "In old war," the tallyman whispered, half to himself. When the Legion marched under grey plate and Barbaran breath, when the Death Lord still strode as Primarch among mortal stars, his shrouded sons guarded his shadow. Yet when his hand required a gate taken, a command hall silenced, a fortress heart opened, they went forth as blades. Not many, never many. Enough. Vorgast heard him. The Lord of Contagion said nothing. He was watching the 7 marks on the hololith. One had begun to rot from within. Bastion Carthax lasted 11 minutes. At the 4th minute, its artillery coordination failed. Across 3 continental fronts, macro batteries continued firing, but without corrected trajectories. Shells fell late, early, wide, or silent. Some regiments advanced expecting covering fire that never came. Others held positions already condemned by orders no longer being transmitted. At the 6th minute, its Vox hierarchy collapsed. Army group commanders found their channels filled with prayer loops, static, plague drone, and dead men whispering through the brass. Retreat orders became attack orders. Quarantine codes became gate-opening permissions. One entire trench sector received the same instruction repeated in Colonel Solm's voice after his death. Hold and breathe deep. At the 8th minute, its astropathic relay burned out. The Oculus Sepulchrum lost direct confirmation from 3 fronts. Hive Mandrake demanded response. Carthax answered with screaming. At the 10th minute, the infected Bulgrin reached Evacuation Gallery Primus. He died there, finally, on his knees, hands around the throat of the Medici trying to intubate him. His chest burst open, not from pressure alone, but from growth. Pox blooms unfolded from his ribcage like wet flowers. Spores rolled through the gallery in a yellow-green wave. The men nearest him began coughing before the alarms finished sounding. Some raised weapons, some prayed, some locked the doors. Others opened them in panic and carried the blessing farther. At the 11th minute, the last senior officer in Bastion Carthax was cut in half while attempting to manually purge the command cogitator. The Deathshroud stood amid the ruin. The sanctum had become a slaughter chapel. Bodies lay across consoles, under tables, draped over broken vox horns. Blood ran in the grooves between floor tiles, mixing with bile, oil, ink, and machine coolant. Servo skulls drifted blind through the fog, bumping softly against walls. A cartograph servitor still twitched, stylus hands scratching meaningless circles into a parchment soaked red and green. The Deathshroud champion approached the central hololith. Its image of Vordrast flickered, damaged but not dead. 3 continental fronts blinked in confusion. Imperial command channels flared and vanished. The Oculus Sepulchrum still burned at the center of the display, untouched, watching. The champion raised his plague spurt gauntlet. A thin stream of plague acid hissed from the nozzle, not as a weapon now, but as inscription. It touched the hololithic projector and burned through brass, glass, and sanctified circuitry. The symbol formed slowly, smoking as it ate its way into the machine. An eye, above a scythe. Then the 7 turned and vanished back into corpse light and flies, leaving the bastion to its dead, its infected and its spreading silence. In the command cathedral of the Carrion Mantle, the same symbol appeared across Vorgast's hololith as Bastion Carthax went black. His captains praised the strike. One laughed wetly. Another called it a fine reaping. A third declared the enemy's collapse had begun. Vorgast did not laugh. He stared at the burned sign. The eye above the scythe had been left inside an imperial fortress, but it had not been drawn for imperial fear. The corpse worshippers would not understand it. Their generals would call it blasphemy, mark it for their savants, file it with all the other horrors they had no time to comprehend. Vorgast understood. The message was not for them. It was for him. The tallyman spoke while the guns of Vordrast Majoris beat the horizon into a fever. He stood beneath the broken saint in Vorgast Cern's command cathedral, his hunched back turned toward the Lord of Contagion's throne, his ledger open across a lectern made from an imperial pulpit. The pages were not paper. They had once been skin, cured to parchment and stitched with black thread. The ink was not ink. It gleamed too darkly under the plague lamps and gathered in the valleys of each letter as if unwilling to dry. Around him, Vorgast's captains watched in silence. They had not gathered for strategy, not openly, not this time. The tactical hololith still showed the war, the burning fronts, the dead command runes of Bastion Carthax, the shifting red defiance of the ocular sepulchrum, but no one looked at it for long. The Deathshroud had returned from their first reaping and had not reported to Vorgast. They had taken station in the cathedral's lower nave, 7 in a crescent, man-reapers grounded, helms fixed upon nothing any lesser warrior could see. Their armor was still wet from Carthax. Some of the moisture was condensation from warp translation. Some was imperial blood. Some was the residue of ruptured command sanctums, servo fluids, plague discharge, and the crushed remains of men whose names had been lost before their bodies cooled. They had brought no trophies. They had brought no prisoners. They had brought no banners torn from the enemy. The symbol they left behind had been enough. An eye above a scythe. Vorgast had not ordered this gathering. That was why he hated it. The tallyman read anyway. "In the old days," he whispered, and the whisper carried because everyone strained to hear what none wished to acknowledge. When the 14th Legion still bore the colour of grave ash beneath imperial suns, those chosen to stand closest to the Death Lord surrendered more than flesh. A battle brother called to the Shroud was removed from common record. His name was struck from rolls of company, squad, and oath circle. His face was hidden. His former deeds were sealed. His brothers were told he had fallen. His enemies were permitted to believe him dead. Only Mortarion knew the truth of him. His fingerbone chain clicked once. To become Deathshroud was to die before dying. The words thickened the air. Several plague marines shifted in their armor. Not from fear of history, for most of them had outlived history, but from the shape of that particular truth. The Death Guard understood endurance. They understood bitterness. They understood rot. But ambition had survived the heresy in them as surely as disease. It had grown in many like a second spine. To be declared dead, to surrender one's name, to become silence in another warrior's shadow, that was a devotion few could bear. The tallyman turned a page. It stuck to the previous one with a wet sound. His helm remained sealed before those not permitted to know. His voice became scarce. His will became the Death Lord's reach. He stood within the appointed paces, or he went where the Primarch's shadow required harvesting. He was not elevated for boasting. He was not remembered for wanting. He was counted only because Mortarion remembered. The 7 Deathshroud did not move. Vorgast sat upon his throne of tank plate and fused armor, one gauntlet resting on his cleaver's haft. His bellymaw breathed spores in slow pulses. Gorval's tongue, the cracked bell upon his back, trembled in time with distant artillery. He had ordered champions brought because the Deathshroud's arrival had stirred old hungers among his host. His warriors wanted to know if the Shrouded Ones had come only to watch, or if they would choose. Some had whispered that Vordrast's siege, so vast and diseased and glorious, might earn new names beneath old hoods. Vorgast had permitted the ritual because refusing it would look like fear. Now he regretted it. The 7 candidates entered through the lower blast doors. They came as survivors of impossible assaults, each one a plague marine of the carrion mantle, with the marks of endurance carved into flesh and plate. One had crossed the fire breaks at Hive Salient under rad bombardment and returned with half his helm melted into his face. One had been buried beneath a manufactorum collapse for days, chewing through dead labourers and rusted pipework until he emerged behind enemy lines. Another had carried a plague banner through macro cannon saturation and planted it in the ribcage of an Imperial shrine tank. Another had lost both arms and grown one back wrong, a swollen limb ending in talons and weeping eyes. They came expecting judgment. Some came expecting reward. That was their first failure. The tallyman named each without flourish. The Deathshroud watched. The candidates stood beneath that gaze and became less than they had imagined themselves to be. Their scars seemed smaller. Their victories seemed noisy. Their mutations twitched and sweated in the silent company of warriors who needed no display of blessing to be terrible. Last came Sergeant Dirac. He was broad even for the Legion, his armour torn open across the chest where something had once burned through him and failed to finish the work. The wound had closed into a black crater rimmed with brass staples and fungal growth. His helm was clipped to his belt, so all could see the grin splitting his rotten face. One eye had been replaced by a pustule of glassy yellow. The other gleamed with expectation. He stepped farther forward than the others. "I endured the melter line at Carthax Minor," he said before the tallyman could recite him. 3 strikes. Here, here, here. He slapped the burned crater in his chest. Wet matter shifted beneath the plate. I crossed through loyalist plasma fire with my squad dead behind me. I took the head of their captain in the breach and fed his command seal to the pox. I have drowned in promethium and risen. I have walked without lungs for 6 days. I have heard the grandfather laughing in my wounds. I have earned notice. No one spoke. Dirac mistook silence for invitation. "I have no fear of the shroud," he said. "Let my name be buried if it must. I have carved it deep enough in this war. Let Mortarion know what I have done." The nearest Deathshroud lowered his scythe. Not quickly, not dramatically. The Man Reaper tilted from rest to readiness with the same inevitability as a gallows beam falling into place. Its blade angled toward Dirac's throat. The movement was so slight that some in the chamber did not understand it until the air changed. Dirac understood. The grin left him. His mouth worked. Words gathered, but pride had already spoken for him, and nothing left could undo it. The Deathshroud did not ask if he repented. The Deathshroud did not rebuke him with doctrine. The Deathshroud did not explain that endurance without silence was only vanity wrapped in scar tissue. The Deathshroud did not care that he had survived melter fire, slain a loyalist captain, drowned in flame, or walked without lungs. Ambition had answered before the warrior did. The Man Reaper swept once. Dirac's head left his shoulders in a fan of black blood, curdled pus and clotted meat. The blade's edge passed through gorget, vertebrae and swollen throat without slowing, then stopped in perfect stillness. His body remained standing for several heartbeats, arms twitching, helm swinging at his belt. The severed head struck the floor, rolled twice, and came to rest facing Vorgast's throne. One eye still glared, shocked by the simplicity of its end. Then the body fell. The other candidates did not move. One began to kneel, whether in reverence or terror no one could say. A Deathshroud helm turned toward him. He stopped halfway and held there, shaking inside his armour. The tallyman's chain clicked. "Declared dead," he whispered. Vorgast rose. His throne groaned beneath the release of his weight. The captains stepped back. The Lord of Contagion descended one step from the dais, each movement heavy with restrained fury. "Sergeant Dirac was mine," Vorgast said. The Deathshroud champion did not turn. He was a warrior of the Carrion Mantle. He had bled for this siege. He had earned my favour. Still nothing. Vorgast's cleaver came up, not fully, but enough that every captain saw the threat form before wisdom could strangle it. The plague lights dimmed. Gorval's tongue shook on his back, issuing a cracked, soft note. The tallyman stared at his ledger. and prayed no one would ask him to count what was about to happen. At last, the champion turned his helm toward Vorgast. The Lord of Contagion was powerful. No witness doubted it. He had killed in the shadow of Titans. He had broken enemy champions beneath his boot. He was swollen with Nurgle's gifts, wrapped in Terminator plate, armed with a cleaver that had split dreadnought sarcophagi. His captains had followed him because he could endure what destroyed others. But the 7 Deathshroud did not see power as captains saw it. They measured weakness differently. Vorgast felt that measurement and hated them for it. His cleaver lowered by the smallest degree. Not surrender, not yet, but enough. The captains saw. That was another wound. Across the world, Lord General Cassian Rauch made his own tally of loss and found no ritual comfort in it. Bastion Carthax was gone, not physically. Its walls still stood. Its guns still pointed outward. Its lower barracks still housed thousands of men who had not yet learned the command heart above them had become a plague womb. But as an organ of war, it was dead. 3 trench armies continued to fight, but they now fought as severed limbs spasming beneath the knife. Rauch stood in the command vault beneath Hive Mandrake, the light from the hololith making a corpse mask of his face. Around him, officers spoke too quickly, shouted too often, and repeated themselves because fear had begun to enter the machinery of command. Savant Hest watched from the shadows. Cannon Marshal Odran Vey muttered prayers over a blood-soaked Aquila. Magos Dominus Celt. 9 pulsed Binharic irritation through the noosphere with enough force to make nearby servo skulls twitch. Rauch listened to the reports, then raised one hand. The vault stilled. We abandon the outer lines. Colonel Varron looked as if he had been shot. My lord, you heard me. The outer lines still hold in sectors. They are requesting reinforcement. They are requesting death with witnesses, Rauch said. I will not spend armor to decorate their graves. Issue defense-in-depth protocols. Fall back from the exposed trench belts. Collapse the Manufactorum bridges behind retreating units. Flood districts Grail, Mordain and Kess with Promethium. Prepare ignition by remote sanctified charge. Cannon Marshal Vey stepped forward. Those districts still contain loyal citizens. Those districts contain future poxwalkers, Rauch said. The difference is measured in hours. Vey's face hardened. They will die hearing the Emperor's name. They will die because I ordered it. Save the sermons for men who have the luxury of guilt. The war priest looked ready to answer, but the Lord General's augmetic eye clicked toward him. We draw the enemy into kill boxes beneath the macro cannon towers, Rauch continued. Layered retreats, pre-sighted artillery, no heroic stands without permission, no countercharges unless enemy command assets expose themselves. If those scythe-bearing bastards strike again, I want dead ground around every command node and guns already aimed at our own doors. Magos Dominus Celt 9's Vox array crackled. Statement. Astra Militarum Command has achieved delayed rationality. Approval limited. Rauch looked at him. Your contribution, Magos? Celt 9 lifted several mechadendrites. Noospheric runes streamed from his cranial halo. Radiation skull servo swarms will be deployed through contaminated avenues to mark bioplague saturation. Rad cleansers will purge sub-level ingress points. Skitari Vanguard maniples are rerouting to deny enemy use of corpse-dense terrain. Cataphron breaches will anchor kill corridors. Combat servitor cohorts will replace flesh units in zones of high morale degradation. Morale degradation, Vey spat. You mean fear? Correction. Fear is an imprecise flesh state. Degradation includes panic, prayer excess, bowel evacuation, Command refusal, hallucination, and inefficient screaming. Rauk almost smiled. Almost. Deploy them. Already in motion, Kelt 9 said. Flesh command delay compensated. The Imperial retreat began as every retreat in the Imperium did, with discipline, confusion, courage, cowardice, sacrifice, and atrocity walking side by side. Outer trenches emptied under fire. Commissars shot men who ran too soon and then died beside men who ran too late. Engineers blew manufacturing bridges while the last chimeras were still crossing, dropping tanks, soldiers, and infected mobs into the furnace ravines below. Promethium flooded through Hab districts from opened pipeline shrines, running down stairwells, across worker plazas, into ration halls and medica shelters. Vox priests chanted ignition rites with trembling voices. When the fire came, whole districts became suns. The Death Guard advance slowed. Poxwalker tides walked into walls of flame and burned in shrieking masses. Plague Marines continued through, but even their rusted armor blackened and steamed. Demon engines roared in frustration as bridges collapsed beneath them. Imperial macro cannons fired from tower bastions, their shells descending into pre-sighted avenues where Death Guard columns had been expected and, for once, found. Vorgast saw the delay and snarled. "They retreat well for dying men," he growled. The Deathshroud did not look at the kill boxes. They looked behind them, not at the guns, not at the fire breaks, not at the fortress towers prepared to spend ammunition by the mountain. Their helms turned toward a chain of structures marked in lesser amber icons on the plague, hololith, corpse processing plants. Vorgast followed their gaze. "No," he said. "The front is here. The Shrine Road is opening. The enemy offers their throat beneath the macro towers. We break through and take glory in full sight of their gods." The Deathshroud champion raised one gauntlet and marked the corpse infrastructure. Vorgast's mouth more flexed. "You would spend the hour cutting meat houses," the champion answered at last. "Bodies are war." Then the seven moved. The attack did not fall upon soldiers who expected battle. It fell upon the machinery that made a hive world continue breathing while it died. Corpse silo tertian ruptured first. A teleport flare opened among hanging chains and conveyor canals. Workers in stained hazard robes turned from their hooks and flesh saws to see seven giant shapes emerge in corpse light. The Deathshroud did not need to kill many with blades. Their plague spurt gauntlets washed across control shrines, pressure valves, purity seals, and bulkhead locks. The silo's containment systems failed in sequence. Processed dead, half-rendered bodies, bone slurry, and infected waste burst from storage cylinders in a rolling tide. It poured through the lower Hab levels like a flood from hell. Men were knocked from catwalks and vanished beneath liquefied remains. Servitors sparked and drowned standing upright. Prayer gangs tried to barricade doors with scrap metal and were crushed when the slurry burst through, carrying limbs, skulls, hair, uniforms, and twitching things not yet dead. Rendering vats overflowed, their boiling contents spilling down transit shafts and into ration distribution lines. A school of servo skulls attempted to issue contamination warnings until flies clogged their speakers. At Plant Corvain, the Deathshroud severed the sanctified burners used to destroy plague-suspect bodies. The fires died. The dead remained. Then the dead began to move. At the Helvan Corpse rail, they cut the routing logic that separated loyal remains from infected matter. Trainloads of contaminated bodies rolled toward inner hive ration mills, shrine crypts, and Medici ash processors. Men opened sealed cars expecting usable dead and found pox blooms, bloated faces and hands already clawing at the inside of the doors. The result was not a battle. It was logistics becoming disease. Bodies became food. Food became infection. Infection became panic. Panic became broken barricades. Broken barricades became fresh bodies. Fresh bodies became more war. Magos Dominus Celt. 9 detected the pattern before any Imperial officer could bear to believe it. Corpse infrastructure compromised, he droned through the command vault. Reclassification. All rendering plants are now hostile biostrategic assets. Rauk stared at the spreading amber and red lights. They are attacking our dead, Savant Hest's old voice answered from the shadow. They know what a hive is made of. In the Carrion Mantle Cathedral, Vorgast watched the corpse districts drown and fester, while his glorious assault beneath the macro towers stalled into a grinding exchange of artillery and flame. He could not deny the effectiveness. That made the insult worse. The kill boxes had been avoided. The Imperial plan had not been defeated by strength, but by being made irrelevant. The Deathshroud had struck where neither pride nor honor wanted to look, at waste, at meat, at the unheroic organs of planetary survival. Vorgast descended from his throne, anger steaming from his armor vents. "This slows the advance," he said. "The front waits. The enemy withdraws. Their generals breathe longer because you turn aside to spoil corpse mills." The 7 Deathshrouds stood before the hololith, their armor filmed with industrial gore. Scraps of flesh clung to their boots. One man Reaper dripped liquefied fat and plague acid onto the floor. Vorgast pointed his cleaver toward the burning front. "There is glory there." The champion turned. The cracked bell at his gorget hung silent. His vox grill exhaled static like a dying lung. "Glory is not orders." The words struck harder than a challenge. They did not accuse Vorgast of weakness. They did not need to. His captains heard them. His tallyman recorded them. The Deathshroud had named the shape of his hunger, and in naming, it had measured it. Vorgast did not answer. Above Vordrast Majoris, beyond the coffin docks and the fields of orbital debris, the Oculus Sepulchrum screamed into the warp. Its astropathic choir burned itself hollow, sending distress through storm, plague static and nightmare interference. Most of the message died unborn. Some of it returned wrong, carrying whispers and fever. Some vanished into the Empyrean dark. One fragment endured. Far from the poisoned world, a strike cruiser translated from the warp beneath a flare of hard white light. Its void shields already rising, its engines burning with violent purpose. Its prow bore the heraldry of the Ashen Consuls, and its launch bays opened like the jaws of judgment. A voice spoke across its bridge, cold with oath-bound fury. "Set course for Vordrast Majoris. Full burn. The traitors have had their hour." The strike cruiser entered Vordrast's near orbit like a blade driven through a corpse sheet. Its engines burned white against the diseased night. Plague spores and debris pattered against its void shields in glittering clouds, each particle dying against sanctified energy fields with brief sparks of green fire. Around it, the orbital coffin docks turned slowly in their death throes. Imperial monitors drifted as gutted hulks. Defense platforms fired in uneven salvos, some still crewed by men with ruptured lungs and bloody prayer strips tied around their wrists. Others crewed only by servitors repeating fire rites into empty command bays. Beyond them, Death Guard ships brooded in the murk, swollen with rust and growth, their cannon decks opening like infected wounds. The strike cruiser ignored all lesser targets. Its prow was black iron and ash grey, scarred by old campaigns, its armoured beak marked by a pale chalice wreathed in flame. The Ashen consoles had come under full burn, engines pushed beyond safe tolerances, reactor shrines roaring beneath the feet of chanting tech marines. They had not come in great number. No Adeptus Astartes force ever needed to be great in number to change the shape of a war. They came as a spear point, as an oath made flesh, as a wrath the Imperium had forged in Geneseed, Hypno-Doctrine, and Ceramite. In the Strategium, Captain Acasta Vale watched Vordrast Majoris rotate beneath him. He stood bareheaded among his helmed brothers, his face severe, his hair cut close to the scalp, his skin pale beneath the cold light of tactical displays. A scar ran from his right temple to the corner of his mouth, old enough to have become part of his expression. His armor was artificer-wrought. Mark Tacticus plate, modified with older reliquary components. Its ash-grey surfaces marked by campaign oaths, kill tallies, purity seals, and the blackened handprints of fallen brothers. A relic blade hung mag-locked at his hip. Its scabbard bore the names of captains who had carried it before him and died without surrendering it. Around him, the veterans of the First Blade stood in silence. Sergeant Malchior, shield-bearer, oath-keeper, thunderhammer mag, locked across his back. Brother Cassian, plasma gunner, his armor scorched by reactor bloom. Brother Thane, breacher, carrying melter charges in a reliquary satchel blessed by the Reclusiam. Apothecary Severin, white helm bowed, Narthesium clicking softly as it ran through combat protocols. Others waited in the launch chapel below, strapped into drop pods, jump harnesses, and boarding frames, their transhuman hearts slow, their hate disciplined. Vale did not mistake hatred for plan. That was why Lord General Rauch listened when the Space Marine transmission cut through the plague static. The Lord General's face appeared on the strike cruiser's hololith, distorted by interference from the Oculus Sepulchrum and the enemy's warp taint. He looked older than the hours since the last astropathic contact. Blood marked his collar. His augmetic eye twitched as if tracking too many deaths at once. "Captain Vale," Rauch said, "you are a welcome sight, though I have no men left for ceremony." "Keep ceremony for the dead," Vale replied. "Give me truth." Rauch's jaw tightened. "The Death Guard warlord is Vorgast Cern, Lord of Contagion. His command presence holds several plague companies in cohesion. Kill him, and their assault may fracture long enough for us to reinforce the Oculus." "May," Vale said. "I no longer deal in better words." A new image bled into the hololith. 7 Terminator silhouettes, cataphractii mass, scythe profiles, corrupt energy, signatures, Auspex ghosts. Rauch continued, quieter. "These 7 destroyed Bastion Carthax, blinded 3 army groups, and turned our corpse processing infrastructure into a plague weapon. My savant names them Deathshroud." No one in the Ashen Consul's strategium moved, but something changed. Vale felt it in the stillness of his veterans. Astartes did not fear as mortal men feared. They understood threat as information. They understood old names as weights placed upon the scale before battle. "Mortarion's shrouded guard," Sergeant Malchior said. "His eyes," Vale answered. "His executioners." Rauch's hollow form flickered. "Can you kill them?" Vale looked down at the world. "I can kill whatever bleeds." The answer was not arrogance. It was doctrine. It was also incomplete, and every warrior in the chamber knew it. Vale turned to his brothers. "We do not engage them as line terminators. We do not spend lives proving that we are brave. We strike the warlord. We overload his guard with angles, heat, mass, and sacrifice. Melter first, plasma second, hammers where plate opens. No lone duels unless I give the word. No pursuit if the kill is denied. Apothecary Severin, gene seed before vengeance. Severin inclined his white helm. By the chalice and the ash, it shall be preserved. Sergeant Malchior struck his fist to his breastplate. We are the ember that remains. The veterans answered as one. We are the ash that endures. Vale looked once more at Vorgast's projected location. A ruined basilica on the Shrine Road, half taken by plague, half burning under Imperial counterfire. The Lord of Contagion was moving through it with escort. The Deathshroud were with him. Launch, Vale said. The drop pods fell like iron judgment. They tore through Vordrast's polluted sky in screaming clusters, heat shields glowing, contrails cutting through ash clouds and plague fog. Flak batteries fired up from both sides. Imperial guns ceased too late, then corrected, then fired around them. Death Guard emplacements filled the air with rust-streaked shells. One pod took a direct hit, broke apart in descent, and scattered burning armor fragments across the Shrine Road below. The brothers within died without transmitting anything but a final oath burst. Graveshoot veterans followed through the gaps, black shapes dropping from Thunderhawk shadows, jump packs flaring in controlled bursts. Melter teams descended toward the basilica's broken roof. Assault brethren armed with thunderhammers and storm shields aimed for the nave. Plasma fire opened before boots touched stone. The ruined basilica had once been called St. Catherine's Mercy. There was no mercy left in it. Its stained glass windows had melted into coloured slag. Its pews were trenches of splintered wood and bodies. Its altar was split, one half bearing the aquila, the other crawling with fungal growth and little bells made from teeth. Fires burned inside chapels. Incense smoke mingled with chemical fog and the stink of burst intestines. Militia corpses hung from broken galleries where poxwalkers had dragged them and forgotten why. Above the nave, the roof was open to the bruised sky. Vorgast Cern marched through the centre aisle as if the basilica were already his throne room. Blightlord Terminators moved before him. Plague Marines guarded the transepts. Poxwalkers stumbled along the flanks, hands raised in idiot devotion. At his back came the Deathshroud. They did not surround him as mortal bodyguards might. They moved with precise spacing, a pattern older than the Imperium's current despair. Two remained close, never straying beyond the appointed measure, close enough to intercept any strike aimed at the Lord of Contagion. The others moved through smoke like plague statues given secret orders, never hurrying, never bunching, never presenting a single simple target. Every few paces their positions altered, subtle as rot spreading through a wound. Scythes low, helms forward, silence absolute. Vorgast felt them more than saw them. Their protection had become another kind of chain. When the first drop pod punched through the basilica floor and opened like a steel flower, he laughed. "Loyalist angels," he growled. "At last, something that understands spectacle." The ashen consoles came out firing. Bolters thundered. Plasma coils flared sun blue. Melter charges clanged against pillars and plague, swollen barricades. The first volley erased a knot of plague marines in a storm of detonations, blowing corrupted armor apart and splashing rotten meat across the old Saint mosaics. Poxwalkers vanished into red vapor. A Blightlord took a plasma blast to the helm and staggered, his head boiling inside the plate before Sergeant Malchior's thunderhammer smashed him flat in a burst of ceramite, bone and diseased fluid. "For the Emperor!" Malchior roared, not as plea, not as comfort, but as sentence. "For the fallen of Vordrast!" another ashen consul shouted, "for the ash that endures." Their discipline was beautiful in the way a blade was beautiful. Squad marks shifted over helm displays. Fire lanes opened and closed. Veterans advanced by combat pairing. One shield forward, one gun firing past the rim. Melter teams cut through cover with white heat. Plasma fire hammered the center aisle, seeking Vorgast's swollen form. The Deathshroud moved. One stepped into the first plasma volley. The shot struck his cataphracti plate and burst across it in star-bright impacts. Armor bubbled. Horns of bone cracked. Black fluid ran from new wounds. He did not fall. He angled his body, absorbing the fire meant for Vorgast, then continued forward. A melter charge detonated against a pillar beside the Lord of Contagion, collapsing half the gallery in a storm of stone and flaming saints. A Deathshroud was already there, scythe haft braced, enormous shoulder lowered. He took the falling mass across his back. Stone shattered over him. Dust swallowed the aisle. When it cleared, he stood half buried, armor cracked, still between Vorgast and the blast. Another Deathshroud intercepted a thunderhammer meant for Vorgast's helm. Malchior came in hard, shield smoking, hammer raised in both hands. The Deathshroud did not parry like a duelist. He placed the haft of his Man-Reaper in the blow's path. The hammer struck with enough force to split the floor. The scythe haft bent, metal shrieked, and the Deathshroud's boots sank into stone, but the blow stopped. Vorgast surged forward, cleaver rising. "Mine," he snarled. "I will have this one." The Deathshroud beside him moved across his path, not striking him, blocking him. A wall of rotten cataphracti plate and silence. Vorgast halted so abruptly that his armor vents burst spores. His captains, watching from the basilica flanks, saw it. The loyalists saw it too, though they did not understand the full poison of the insult. "I am not a corpse to be carried," Vorgast hissed. The Deathshroud did not look back. Malchior tried to exploit the pause, hammer arcing for the blocker's head. The Man-Reaper swept low. It did not take Malchior's head. It took his forward leg at the knee, slicing through plate, joint, and gene-wrought bone. The sergeant went down with a snarl, still swinging. The return stroke split his storm shield, drove through his chest plate, and pinned him to the basilica floor. His secondary heart burst under the blade. He spat blood against the inside of his helm and triggered the melter charge on his belt. The explosion engulfed both warriors. When the fire cleared, Malchior was gone from the waist up. The Deathshroud remained standing, chest plate burned open, rib-like growths visible beneath, black syrup pouring down his abdomen. He did not look at the wound. He did not honor the sacrifice. He simply stepped over what remained of the loyalist and advanced. Captain Vale entered through the smoke. His relic blade was drawn, its edge burning with pale disruption light. He moved faster than the Deathshroud, faster than the Plague Marines, faster than mortal sight could properly hold. He cut down a Poxwalker without looking at it, split a Plague Bolter across its breech, and drove his shoulder into a Blight Lord hard enough to stagger the traitor into plasma fire from Brother Cassian. "On me," Vale voxed. "Wedge formation. Target remains Vorgast. Ignore the shrouds unless they bar the blade." "They all bar the blade," Brother Thane answered. "Then cut through." The Ashen consuls obeyed. Brother Cassian fired his plasma gun into the nearest Deathshroud at point-blank range. The first shot burned through the warrior's pauldron. The second cored a crater into his torso. The third overheated the weapon and turned Cassian's left arm into slag. He did not drop. He rammed the ruined plasma gun into the rent. He had made and fired the venting discharge directly into the wound. The Deathshroud's chest blew outward in a spray of black fluid, bone shards and flies. Still, it did not cry out. Its Man Reaper came down and removed Cassian's head and right shoulder together. The Loyalist's body stayed upright long enough for Apothecary Severin's Narthesium to punch through the backplate and extract the progenoid before the corpse fell. Vale reached the Deathshroud champion. Their blades met without ceremony. The champion's Man Reaper swept in a broad arc meant to take Vale at the waist. Vale slid inside the curve, his relic blade flashing upward. The strike cut through layered ceramite, rust, swollen flesh, and the ancient mechanisms beneath the champion's left pauldron. Black syrup, thick as engine oil, poured from the wound. Something that might have been a tendon, or a worm, or both, snapped and recoiled into the armor. The champion did not cry out. He did not even turn his helm toward the wound. He stepped forward. Vale barely raised his blade in time. The Man Reaper's haft slammed into him with crushing force, breaking warning runes across his display. His armor compensated. His bones held. His boots carved trenches through the gore-slick floor as he was driven back. "You still bleed," Vale said through clenched teeth. The champion's Vox grill crackled. No answer came. That silence was worse than contempt. Around them, the melee became slaughter. The Ashen consuls fought like the Emperor's weapons, every movement trained, every death made expensive. Brother Thane reached Vorgast's flank and planted a melter charge against the Lord of Contagion's thigh plate before a Deathshroud scythe hooked him from behind and tore him backward. The charge detonated anyway, bathing Vorgast's leg in white fire. The Lord of Contagion roared, not in pain alone, but in joy, because finally the battle touched him. He swung his cleaver for the nearest loyalist. Again, the Deathshroud blocked him. This time one placed a gauntlet against his chestplate and held him back. Vorgast stared down at the hand. Spores boiled from him. Gorval's tongue rang once, cracked and furious. "Remove that hand," he whispered, "or I will take it from you." The Deathshroud's helm remained fixed on the battle. Vorgast did not move. The humiliation burned hotter than the melter wound. The loyalists died in disciplined fragments. A thunderhammer crushed a Deathshroud's helm lens before the wielder was cut apart by a sweeping Man Reaper stroke that opened 3 Astartes at once, spilling blood, fused organs, and shattered black carapace across the aisle. A breacher squad locked shields and advanced into plague-spurred range. The Deathshroud answered with torrents of filth that curled around the shields and ate through the seals. One brother kept firing as his face dissolved inside his helm. Another fell to his knees, still reciting the catechism of hatred until a scythe separated his torso from his hips. Apothecary Severin moved among the dying with inhuman focus, cutting gene seed from brothers before plague could claim it, firing his Absolver pistol into poxwalkers that came too close. He reached Malchior's remains and found nothing salvageable. He marked the sergeant's death rune and turned back toward Vale. Vale was losing, not because he lacked skill, not because his courage failed. He was faster, cleaner. His blade bit where it struck, but every wound he dealt meant less than it should. Every strike that would have crippled another Terminator merely altered the Deathshroud's movement by a fraction. The champion pressed him without haste, forcing him step by step across the shattered nave, away from Vorgast, away from the kill line, away from the purpose of the strike. Vale saw it too late. The Deathshroud were not dueling him. They were moving him. The Man Reaper struck low. Vale parried, but the impact broke the Relic Blade's guard, and shattered 2 fingers inside his gauntlet. A second Deathshroud came from his right, silent through the smoke, and drove a scythe haft into his ribs. Armor cracked. His secondary heart spasmed. Warning runes flared crimson. The champion reversed his blade and hooked the inner curve behind Vale's knee, tearing armor and flesh, dropping him to one leg. Vorgast pushed forward, seeing the loyalist captain wounded. "Now," he growled. "Now I take him." 3 Deathshrouds shifted into his path. 3. Not because Vale mattered more, because Vorgast's desire to claim the kill mattered too much. The Lord of Contagion stopped again, surrounded by his own supposed protectors, and the truth of it was laid bare before every living and dying witness in the Basilica. His survival mattered because Mortarion had not yet ruled upon him. His glory did not matter at all. Vale saw the exchange through a haze of pain and blood loss. He understood something then. Not victory. Not yet. Truth. Severin, he voxed. Extraction. The apothecary came through fire and rot like a white-helmed spectre. He fired into the face of a plague marine, vaulted a corpse pile, and hurled a stasis grenade between Vale and the champion. The field bloomed in crackling distortion, slowing the scythe stroke that would have opened the captain from shoulder to hip. Severin seized Vale by the rear of his armor harness and dragged. "Brother Captain, your wounds are severe." "Noted." Vale spat blood into his helm. "Move." The remaining ashen consuls died buying distance. Brother Oren locked both arms around a Deathshroud scythe haft and held it for the seconds needed to let Severin pull Vale into the extraction lane. A plague spurt torrent turned him into a steaming black shape, but his dead hands remained fused around the weapon. Brother Kyle detonated his last melter charge beneath a collapsed statue, dropping tons of stone between the Deathshroud and the retreating captain. His final transmission was the chapter Oath, cut short by impact and static. Grav extraction fired through the broken roof. Severin and Vale rose into smoke beneath emergency thrusters, pursued by bolter fire, plague rounds, and the silent upward gaze of 7 sealed helms. Vale looked down as the Basilica fell away. Vorgast stood in the aisle, wounded, furious, alive. Around him, the Deathshroud resumed their spacing with patient precision. 2 close, others shifting, 49th paces from the Reaper. Aboard the strike cruiser, Apothecary Severin sealed Vale into the Medici cradle, while serfs in ash robes recited litanies of preservation. The captain's armor had been cut from him in sections. His ribs were broken. One lung was filling with black fluid despite immediate purge rites. His leg was ruined below the knee. His blood carried plague markers that screamed across the auspex until Severin shut the alarms off by hand. Lord General Rauk's hollow appeared above the table. "Captain," Rauk said, voice low, "did you kill the warlord?" Vale opened his remaining eye. The other was swollen shut beneath a clot of blood and antiseptic gel. "No." Rauk absorbed the word like another shell strike. "Can he be killed?" "Yes," Vale said, "but not while they stand." "The Deathshroud." Vale's breathing rasped through the Medici mask. "They are not an assault squad, Lord General. They are not honor guard in any sense we can exploit. They are a moving execution sentence. They decide what lives long enough to be judged. They decide who reaches the blade. Vorgast is not commanding them." Rauk looked away, just for a moment, toward the unseen hololith of his dying world. "Then who is?" Vale's answer came with the certainty of a warrior who had looked into silence and seen a Primarch's shadow behind it. Mortarion. In the ruined basilica, Vorgast stood among the dead loyalists, his wounded legs steaming, his cleaver slick with blood he had barely been permitted to spill. His captains approached slowly, careful not to look at the places where the Deathshroud had blocked him. He turned toward the champion. The question left him before pride could stop it. "Am I protected?" The Deathshroud champion faced him. For a long while, only the bells of the burning shrine road answered. Then the Vox grill rasped. "Until judged." The war outgrew the maps. No hololithic table could hold it cleanly any longer. Vordrast Majoris had become a wound too large for any single eye, and so the Oculus Sepulchrum broke the planet into fragments of suffering, each rendered in shifting light, each drowning in its own casualty cant. Hive trenches burned beneath ash rain. Forge sprawls vomited sparks and prayers into a sky thick with plague spores. The outer wastes vanished under moving curtains of dust, poison, and marching dead. Orbital, elevators shook as void war echoed down their spines. Cathedral districts rang with bells, bolter fire, and massed confession. Underhive sump routes flooded with rot, vermin, and screaming refugees. And around the final approaches to the Oculus itself, the Imperium built walls out of armor, bodies, faith, and desperation. 7 fronts, 7 fires, 7 wounds cut into the same dying world. On the trench continents, the Death Guard advanced as they had always advanced, not as raiders, not as conquerors in haste, but as an illness made military. Their lines came through the fog in steady blocks of corroded plate and swollen flesh. Plague bolters held low, icons of Nurgle swaying from banner poles made of spine and brass. They did not charge when mortal men expected the rush. They did not recoil when batteries found their range. They simply endured the first bombardment, then the second, then the third, and kept walking as if each shell burst were merely another note in a dirge written for someone else. Time belonged to them. That was the truth Lord General Cassian Rauch had come to hate most. The Death Guard did not merely attack ground, they infected duration. Every hour that passed worsened the air, spoiled the water, slowed Vox traffic, clogged filters, weakened men, corrupted medici stocks, thickened fear, and made corpses more useful to the enemy than to the dead. A loyal regiment might win a trench before dawn, only to lose half its number by dusk when the mud beneath its boots began to breathe. A tank company might halt a plague advance, only for its crews to cough blood into their controls and open their own hatches to the poxwalker mobs outside. Plague-burst crawlers squatted among the ruins of hab blocks and fired without mercy. Their mortars hurled diseased shells over walls, over towers, over trenches, crowded with men praying to die quickly if the Emperor did not intend to save them. The shells descended with obscene patience, their arcs tracked by trembling spotters and servitor arrays that could do nothing but announce impact. When they burst, they did not merely kill. They made the place of death hostile to memory. Trenches filled with yellow vapor. Skin blistered beneath rebreathers. Men clawed armor seals open because the pressure inside their bodies became unbearable. Vox operators screamed warnings, then repeated them in voices that no longer belonged to them. Blight haulers hunted Imperial armor through manufacturum avenues where the roads were paved with scrap metal, bone dust, and spent shell casings. They skittered and growled between burning hab stacks, multi-melters punching white holes through Lehman Russ hulls, missile racks coughing rust-streaked death into chimera columns. Their fleshy engine cores pulsed behind armor plates, obscene and eager, dragging them forward over the bodies of tank crewmen who crawled from hatches with their uniforms on fire. Fouetted bloat drones swept over barricades. their turbines whining like carrion insects fat on battlefield heat. Flesh mowers dipped into infantry lines and emerged clotted red, blades chewing through flak armor, ribs, helmets and sandbags alike. Plague spitters washed over firing steps, sending men tumbling backward as their skin sloughed from bone. One drone plunged through the shattered rose window of a shrine and emerged through the doors moments later, dragging garlands of bodies from its blades while the bells above continued to ring. Poxwalkers absorbed ammunition by the million. They filled the open ground between armies. They came through artillery craters, across no man's land, over razor wire, and through flame trenches, laughing and moaning and reaching with hands that had once assembled shells, held children, lifted aquilas, gripped laser guns, counted ration tokens, signed execution orders. Heavy bolters cut them down in rows. Mortars pulped them into wet fog. Battle cannon shells opened red lanes through their masses. The lanes closed. They always closed. The dead climbed over the dead, and behind them came the plague marines, walking through the expenditure of imperial ammunition like men passing through rain. The Deathshroud did not command that advance. They did not stand on high ground and issue orders. They did not gather captains and explain grand strategy. They appeared where the war's meaning gathered thickest, where morale, symbol, or command became a throat waiting for the blade. At the gate of St. Orvan, where shrine militia had held for 9 days on nothing but flame of fuel, broken lasguns, and the sermons of Canon Marshal Audrin Vey, 3 Deathshroud appeared beneath the arch of martyr statues. The defenders had expected another pox tide. They had prepared oil, fire, and hymn. Instead, the silent terminators walked through the gatehouse smoke while the saint statues wept black fluid from stone eyes. The militia line fired until their weapons overheated. The Deathshroud answered with plague spurt torrents that curled through murder holes and turned the upper galleries into boiling charnel. When the gate fell, it was not because the militia lacked faith. It was because faith could not keep lungs from filling with rot. At the Titan repair gantry in Forge District Kaldor, a single Deathshroud materialized among red-robed tech adepts and combat servitors. The gantry crews were working to restore secondary shield relays for Belisar Rex. Servo arms the size of Hab towers moved above them. Priests chanted the canticle of reawakening through speakers that distorted every sacred syllable. The Deathshroud did not attempt to destroy the God Engine. He killed the relay adepts, severed the right chain, and drowned 3 exposed cogitator shrines in plague bile before vanishing in a swarm of flies. The Titan remained alive, but its repair cycle stuttered. Magos Dominus Celt 9 registered the interruption as both tactical loss and theological insult. At a bunker beneath the western command shelf, where a general of the planetary defense forces tried to restore order to the armies cut loose from Bastion Carthax, 2 Deathshroud walked out of a wall of corpse light. The general ordered his guards to fire. The guards obeyed. The Deathshroud killed only the officers and Vox Savants, leaving half the infantry alive and trapped in the bunker with their own dead. By the time rescue cutters breached the outer doors, the survivors had received 7 conflicting sets of orders from voices wearing the general's tone. At the Reliquary of Ashen Blood, where the bones of old crusade heroes were displayed behind stasis glass, the Deathshroud came not for tactical value, but for symbolic murder. The Relic Guard died in disciplined ranks, power mauls sparking against scythe blades, devotional shields splitting under heavy strokes. The Deathshroud broke the reliquary glass, not to steal the bones, but to infect them. By dawn, Pilgrims across the cathedral districts were whispering that even the honoured dead had begun to rot. Rauch saw the pattern and answered with a plan that tasted like damnation. Operation White Pyre began under sealed authority from the Lord General, countersigned by Mechanicus Command logic, and screamed over by the ecclesiarchy until there was no time left for argument. In the command vault beneath Hive Mandrake, the hololith washed Rauch's face in red light. Colonel Varron stood beside him with blood on his respirator. Cannon Marshal Vey gripped his Crozius until his knuckles whitened. Celt 9 hovered on clicking limbs, noospheric streams coiling around his cranial halo. "We saturate the infected districts," Rauch said. His voice did not rise. "All of them." Vey stared at him. "There are still men inside those districts." "There are dead men still receiving rations," Rauch said. "There are infected men still carrying ammunition. There are faithful men who will be poxwalkers before the next bell. I will not feed them to the enemy one breath at a time. You would burn whole parishes. I would burn the road before the plague reaches the oculus." Celt 9 emitted a burst of machine static that made several mortal officers flinch. Assessment. Promethium saturation of designated HAB clusters will create effective denial zones for limited duration. Orbital mirror lasers can be redirected through atmosphere at unacceptable but survivable lens degradation. Sacrifice of outer regiments will increase inner defensive viability by estimated margin classified as meaningful. Vey turned his fury on the Magos. "You speak of sacrifice as if men are numbers in a furnace." "Correction," said Celt 9. "Men are numbers in a furnace. The furnace is currently inefficient." Rauch looked at the Cannon Marshal. "Pray for them if you must. Then order your preachers to keep the roads open until ignition." Vey's mouth worked around words of condemnation. None came. He bowed his head, and when he spoke, his voice was iron dragged over stone. "The Emperor knows his own." Rauch nodded once. "Then he will know many today." Promethium ran through Vordrast like judgment. Pipeline shrines opened across infected districts. Fuel poured down avenues, into lower habs, through transit tunnels, across corpse markets, under barricades, and into sump channels where poxwalkers gathered in moaning knots. Chimera tankers reversed into street mouths and ruptured their own tanks. Penal engineers stayed behind to prime charges, their collars blinking red, their hands shaking too badly to make the sign of the Aquila. Priests walked the last minutes with them, not offering rescue, only absolution. Above the Hive avenues, orbital mirror lasers turned. The devices had been built to direct sunlight into agriculture vaults and forge solars during clearer centuries, when Vordrast still pretended to serve life as well as industry. Now they drank fire from the system's star and speared it down through ash clouds in blazing pillars. The beams struck promethium-flooded districts and transformed streets into rivers of white flame. Millions burned. The infected died first, or seemed to. Poxwalker tides collapsed into blackened heaps, their laughter turning to steam as their jaws fused shut. Men in trenches too close to the ignition zones were cooked inside their armor, bodies folding into the mud as heat rolled over them. Others fused to firing steps, hands melted around lasergun stocks, prayer strips igniting on their helmets.
Remember, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support helps.
Whole hab blocks became furnaces, windows vomiting sheets of flame and silhouettes that beat against the glass until the glass ran liquid. Plague Marines walked through it. Not all. Even the favoured sons of Mortarion had limits, though their limits were monstrous and slow to arrive. Some disappeared beneath collapsing ferrocrete, as heat warped the structures around them. Some were swallowed by promethium rivers and emerged as burning giants, armor bubbling, flesh within swelling and splitting from pressure. They kept firing as they burned. Bolters thudded from gauntlets wreathed in flame. One plague marine walked 30 paces after his helm melted shut, guided by hatred, infection, or the stubborn memory of war, before a macro shell reduced him to burning fragments. Skitari continued to fight while their organic remnants failed. Their rad-saturated bodies withered beneath heat and plague alike, but their machine discipline endured long after human instinct would have broken. Vanguard maniples held intersections until their robes caught fire and the flesh beneath their armor cooked to the bone. Their galvanic rifles fired in perfect sequence while their throats produced only wet clicks. When one collapsed, the next stepped into his place without hesitation, transmitting failure points in binharic bursts until the noosphere dissolved in static. Poxwalkers crawled aflame through razor wire. They came on hands and knees when legs burned away. They bit at the wire, at sandbags, at dead men, at their own burning arms. Heavy flamers added fire to fire. Mortars churned the blackened heaps. For the first time since the siege began, the corpse tide thinned enough that Imperial gunners saw ground beneath it. For the first time, Vorgast's army slowed. In the Carrion Mantle Command Cathedral, the Lord of Contagion roared until plague bells shook dust from the broken saint above his throne. Forward, he thundered, all companies forward, through the flame, through the ash, through their coward fire breaks. I will not be halted by men who murder their own and call it duty. His captains answered with clashing weapons and wet approval. Orders began to move through the plague vox. Blightlords stirred. Plague marines turned toward the burning avenues. Demon engines howled as their chains were loosed. The full mass of the Carrion Mantle prepared to crush through the pyre by weight alone. The Deathshroud did not move. They stood before the hololith, 7 silent shapes lit by planetary flame. Their helms faced the burning districts, then the lines behind them, then the Imperial fire control network displayed in sickly amber across the map. Vorgast noticed their stillness. The captains noticed because Vorgast noticed. The cathedral's war rhythm faltered. "Go," Vorgast ordered. No response. I said forward. Still nothing. His hand tightened on the cleaver. "You would let the corpse worshippers slow us." The Deathshroud champion raised one gauntlet and touched the hololith. Not the fire, not the burning infantry, not the macro cannon kill zones where Vorgast wished to spend lives and armor in a magnificent push. He marked the rearward fire control stations, relay towers, mirror laser sanctums, promethium valve command shrines, artillery consent bunkers, mechanicus heat calculation nodes. Vorgast understood and hated that he understood. "The flames are before us," he said. The champion's helm turned slightly. The silence answered better than speech. "Do not fight the flame. Kill the hands directing it." The hesitation spread through the Death Guard hierarchy like frost across infected glass. Captains who would have obeyed Vorgast without question looked toward the Deathshroud. Plaguecasters lowered their staffs. Blightlords waited. Vox orders stalled in throats and speakers. Mortarion's unseen eye pressed upon them all, cold as barbaran poison winds, heavier than the bells of Nurgle's garden. Vorgast could order a full frontal push. He could force it. He could spend warriors by the 1,000 and still perhaps break the pyre. But every warrior would know he had done so against the silence of the Deathshroud. His cleaver lowered a fraction. "Then blind the fire," he spat. The Deathshroud vanished in corpse light. They struck the rear of the Imperial fire control network, while Operation White Pyre still burned bright enough to convince men they had found salvation. At Mirror Sanctum Joran, tech adepts guided orbital beams through cathedral machinery of brass lenses, sapphire mirrors, and sun-tracking cogitators. The Deathshroud appeared among them in a storm of flies. Rad cleansers turned their weapons inward, but plague spurt torrents drowned the control aisles before they could establish range. A tech priest tried to lock the lens array in its current position. A man reaper split him from shoulder to hip, and his mechadendrites continued typing after his body fell apart. The orbital beam shifted uncontrolled, carving a white scar across Loyalist trenches before cutting out entirely. At Prometheum Valve Shrine Mordain, penal engineers and ecclesiarchy overseers defended the pressure controls behind layers of sandbags and prayer screens. The Deathshroud did not assault the barricade head-on. They teleported into the reservoir chamber beneath it. The first warning was the floor sweating green. The second was the shriek of pressure locks opening. Prometheum meant for the outer districts reversed through the feed lines and flooded the shrine itself. When sparks from a severed cogitator ignited the vapor, the whole structure vanished in a pillar of fire that rose through the hive like an accusation. At Artillery Consent, Bunker Ver, Astra Militarum officers maintained the macro cannon killboxes by hand after Vox systems degraded. Rauch had stationed commissars there with orders to shoot any man abandoning his post. The Deathshroud killed the commissars last. First they killed the range savants, then the elevation masters, then the shell release priests. They left the commissars alive long enough to watch the guns fall silent across 3 avenues. Only then did the scythes move. At Nuspheric Node, Caldor Secundus, Kelt 9's Skitarii fought with machine precision and died with machine precision. Rad carbines hissed. Arc rifles spat blue lightning across rotten plate. Cataphron breaches rolled into corridors too narrow for mercy and fired heavy weapons point blank. The Deathshroud advanced through sparks, radiation, and broken machine limbs. One Terminator took an arc blast that locked his armor for 3 heartbeats. Another stepped past him and reaped the breacher line in a sweep that opened metal, vat-grown flesh and fuel cells together. The node died broadcasting Binharic alarm code and one final contemptuous statement from Kelt 9. Enemy efficiency acknowledged, hatred subroutine engaged. Operation White Pyre began to fail, not at once. Nothing on Vordrast happened cleanly any longer. Fire still burned, bodies still blackened, Poxwalker tides still collapsed. But the beams no longer struck where commanded. Prometheum no longer flowed in disciplined rivers. Macro cannon towers lost timing. Killboxes became gaps, then isolated pyres, then uncontrolled infernos that trapped loyalist regiments as often as traitor advance. Columns. Rauch watched the collapse from Hive Mandrake with a face carved from exhaustion. "Restore fire control," he ordered. Colonel Varron swallowed. "My lord, there is no central control left to restore." "Then decentralize." "We have. The local shrines are dying one by one." Rauch looked at the hololith. 7 dark wounds opened in the rear of his own defense. He did not need Savant Hest to name them. "The Deathshroud," he said. Hest nodded from the shadows. "They do not answer your strategy, Lord General. They remove the men permitted to execute it." Rauch's hands curled against the table edge. On the northern forge front, Belisar Rex moved. The Warlord Titan stepped from its cradle with a sound that travelled through the bones of the hive. Gantries withdrew like servants before an angry god. Reactor temples fed its heart. Steam vented from its joints. Its void shields shimmered in layered halos, catching ash, spores, and distant shell fire in rippling fields of blue light. Tech priests fell to their knees along the processional ramps. Skitarii cohorts transmitted praise. Surviving Imperial soldiers looked up from burning trenches and wept, because in that moment, something larger than their fear walked with them. Inside the amniotic command throne, Princeps Halvek Bor communed with the machine spirit. He felt its wrath as pressure behind his eyes. He felt its hunger for target locks, its contempt for corruption, its ancient memory of wars fought beneath cleaner stars. His Moderati chanted range data into the manifold. Weapon spirits woke along the God Engine's arms, each one eager to speak in apocalypse. Ahead of Belisar Rex, the Death Guard's spearhead pushed through the failing pyre. Plague Marines emerged from fire blackened and steaming. Demon engines crawled over heaps of burning dead. Vorgast's banners rose again in the smoke. The carrion mantle advanced. The Warlord Titan turned. Its volcano cannon lowered with the slow majesty of planetary judgment, aligning upon the densest mass of the Death Guard spearhead. Targeting runes became sacred certainty. Reactor heat surged. The weapon's inner sun began to wake. Princeps Halvek Bor opened the Vox, and his voice rolled across the northern front, through Imperial channels, Mechanicus relays, broken shrine speakers, and even the plague drowned air before the enemy. By Mars and Terra, I will burn the rot from this world. The advance of Belisar Rex stirred old memory from the rot. It came through the plague fog in measured thunder, each footfall crushing streets, trenches, corpses and wreckage into a single black paste beneath adamantium souls. The God Engine did not hurry. It did not need to. Its stride was the stride of an age when mankind still believed its machines could master the galaxy. Cathedral high, shrine crowned, wrapped in void shields and incense smoke, the Warlord Titan walked into the northern forge front like the judgment of Mars given legs. Its war horn sounded. The note rolled across the burning districts, across trench cities drowned in ash, across Manufactorum avenues where Death Guard columns pressed through the failing remains of Operation White Pyre. Men of the Astra Militarum who had not slept in days lifted their heads from firing steps. Skitarii maniples straightened in their rad-burned robes. Priests shouted praise until blood ran down their chins. Even the dying turned their faces toward that sound and thought, for one breath, that the Imperium had remembered them. The Death Guard did not stop. They merely looked up. Plague Marines emerged from the smoke in slow ranks, their armor blistered by promethium, their pauldrons blackened, their lenses glowing through the heat shimmer. Poxwalkers crawled around their feet, some aflame, some dragging legs reduced to charcoal, all still grinning through melted mouths. Blight haulers snarled from the ruins. Plague-burst crawlers adjusted their mortar tubes with ponderous hunger. Fetid bloat drones wheeled in diseased circles above the broken avenues, their turbines coughing black smoke into the already poisoned sky. The site was massed Legion warfare, though the word Legion had become a wound in Imperial memory. In the command cathedral of the Carrion Mantle, Vorgast Cern stood before the Plague hololith and watched the God Engine approach. Its image flickered in diseased light, vast and contemptuous, weapon icons bright with lethal readiness. The volcano cannon along one arm glowed with contained sunfire. The plasma annihilator mounted across its carapace drank power from reactor shrines within the Titan's sacred core. Its void shields flared in layered halos, each strike from plague rocket or blight shell dying against them as green flashes that vanished into nothing. Vorgast's captains growled around him. The tallyman did not growl. He watched the hololith and counted. His chain of fingerbones clicked between his hands, each small sound almost lost beneath the thunder of distant war. He had been speaking before the Titan emerged. He had been reciting old things because the sight of a battlefield that swallowed horizons had called them from him, as rot called flies from a corpse. The 14th were not made for bright charges, he whispered, his voice wet behind the rebreather grill. Not for gilded parades, nor the pretty bladework of sons who loved mirrors, mud, rad ash, chem fog, siege line, trench wall, attrition. That was the old truth. The Dusk Raiders knew it. The Death Guard perfected it when Mortarion came down from Poison Mountains and named endurance a virtue greater than joy. No one ordered him silent. Even Vorgast listened, though he pretended not to. The tallyman turned a page in his ledger of skin. In those days, the Legion kept few ornaments, few brotherhoods above brotherhood, few honoured circles, for every warrior was expected to endure horror without praise. Yet among them stood the shrouded ones, rare, unnamed, chosen by the Death Lord himself, chosen not because they sought glory, but because they survived where others became bones under foreign suns, chosen for skill, for fearlessness, for silence, for the capacity to stand beside Mortarion and remain nothing but his will. The Deathshroud stood near the hololith, 7 silent shapes of rusted cataphracti plate and stillness. They did not react to the old words. Perhaps they remembered. Perhaps memory had been sealed behind their helms with their faces and names. Perhaps the difference no longer mattered. The tallyman's voice lowered. Istvan burned. Brothers died. Oaths broke. Loyalist blood and traitor blood sank into the same murdered dust. The 14th learned betrayal was not a blade in the back, but a battlefield that kept going after all lies were revealed. Istvan remembered us. We remember it in return. Vorgast struck the haft of his cleaver against the floor. Enough remembrance. The engine comes. On the northern front, Belisar Rex opened fire. The plasma annihilator spoke first. A blue-white star bloomed above the Titan's shoulders and descended into the Death Guard's spearhead as a controlled apocalypse. The blast vaporized entire columns of poxwalkers so completely that their laughter ceased without echo. Plague Marines vanished inside the glare, their armor, flesh, bones, parasites and blessings reduced to incandescent mist. A blight hauler became a molten shadow on the avenue before its ammunition cooked off and tore apart a nearby squad of traitor infantry. The heat washed over Imperial lines and blistered exposed skin even kilometers away. Then the volcano cannon fired. The beam cut through plague fog, smoke, ash, and the front rank of a plague marine assault wedge. It did not explode them so much as deny them the right to continue existing. Armor became vapor. Bodies became light. The street beneath them glassed instantly, and the shockwave threw burning poxwalkers into the air like scraps from a butcher's block. Imperial vox channels erupted. Belisar walks. Praise the Omnissiah. Praise him on terror. Fire lanes open. Fire lanes open. By the throne, they are burning. Princeps Halvek Bor hung within the Titan's amniotic throne, half flesh, half will, his mind deep inside the manifold. He felt the machine spirit's rage and fed it targeting clarity. Around him, Moderati chanted range data, reactor tolerances, shield harmonics, kill confirmations. Tech priests murmured canticles in iron throats. The God Engine's sacred corridors pulsed with heat and command. Enemy center mass diminishing, said Moderati Joran through the manifold. Plague engine density remains significant, void shields holding at acceptable degradation. The Princeps smiled without using his body. Then we continue. Belisar Rex advanced. Plague rockets streaked toward it by the hundred, leaving green trails through the air. The void shields caught them in rippling domes of light. Some detonations briefly painted the Titan in diseased fire. Others collapsed into harmless flashes. Plague-burst mortar shells came down in high arcs and burst against the shields, spreading filth that sizzled, crawled and died against fields maintained by machines older than most wars. Blight launcher salvos pattered like rain against a mountain. Vorgast watched his spearhead torn open. "Everything!" he snarled. "All batteries, all crawlers, blight haulers, forward, drones, strike the shield veins, hell brutes to the knees, bring it down." The order spread through Plague Vox and Corpse Horn. The Death Guard obeyed. The northern front became a storm of diseased ordnance. Plague-burst crawlers fired until their mortar barrels glowed dull red beneath layers of filth. Hellbrutes staggered from the smoke, screaming inside sarcophagi, lascannons and missile racks blazing at the Titan's legs. Foetid bloat drones rose in swarms, spitting filth against the void shields, some crashing into the barrier and bursting like rotten fruit. Blight haulers poured melter fire into the advancing God Engine's lower fields, trying to overload one facing long enough for heavier guns to find armor. Belisar Rex endured. Its shields flared, dimmed, recovered. Its Gatling blaster scythed through drones and plague infantry, each burst erasing knots of bodies in showers of bone, brass and rotten meat. Its Apocalypse missile launchers opened, and a Death Guard artillery park disappeared beneath a walking pattern of detonations. The Titan's foot came down on a Hellbrute, crushing sarcophagus, armor, chained limbs, and the screaming thing within into a wet iron smear. Still the Death Guard fired. Still the Titan walked. Vorgast's cleaver trembled in his fist. More! His captains hesitated. There was no more that mattered. The Deathshroud watched silently. They did not counsel. They did not mock. They allowed failure to become visible, undeniable, counted by every warrior in the cathedral. Vorgast had ordered strength against strength. He had demanded that the God Engine be answered by volume, by rage, by the weight of his host. The Titan had accepted the offering and burned it. Only when the futility had ripened did the champion move. He raised one gauntlet to the hololith, not to the Titan's exterior, not to its shielded armor, not to the blazing weapon arms that tempted lesser commanders into fantasies of brute triumph. He touched a flickering line inside the Titan's projected body. Lower engine cathedral, access arteries, sacred motive vaults, shield harmonics fluctuating under repeated plague artillery impacts. The Tallyman's chain clicked once. Vorgast stared. "You cannot cut a God Engine apart with hand blades." The Deathshroud champion did not look at him. The silence answered, not from outside. The next plague artillery salvo struck Belisar Rex in a rolling wave. Most of it failed. One shell, bloated with sorcerous corrosion and timed by a plague caster who died vomiting flies over his own staff, burst against the Titan's forward void shield at the instant its lower left field cycled under stress. The shield flickered. Not gone. Not broken. Merely uncertain for a heartbeat. A heartbeat was enough. Corpse light opened inside Belisar Rex. The Deathshroud translated into the lower engine cathedral amid heat, incense, and alarm shrieks. The chamber was vast, but only by the standards of things built to house divine machinery. To warriors in Terminator Plate, it was still a cage of narrow gantries, ribbed maintenance tunnels, piston shrines, coolant columns, cable forests, and prayer platforms suspended above reactor glow. The air was hot enough to cook unprotected flesh. Every surface trembled with the stride of the God engine. Servo skulls drifted among hanging sensors. Tech priests stood at lecterns carved with the skull and cog, their metal fingers locked into command sockets. Bonded engine thralls hauled chains and sang Binharic work hymns through vox-stitched throats. For 1 second, the priests stared. Then the Skitarii bodyguards opened fire. Radium carbines hissed. Arc rifles spat blue-white lightning. Transuranic rounds cracked through the hot air. Combat servitors rotated heavy bolters into position, their flesh remnants slack, their targeting, spirits pitiless. Cataphron breachers ground forward on tracked assemblies, torsion cannons whining. The Deathshroud advanced. Radfire washed across their armor and made the rot on their plates steam. Arc lightning crawled over cataphractii shells, snapping between brass bells and rusted chain. Heavy bolts detonated against pauldrons and breastplates, blowing chunks from ancient ceramite. The seven moved through the fire without battle cry or oath. Their man-reapers came up in the cathedral heat, blades dark against the reactor glow. The first sweep took 3 Skitarii across the waist, cutting through galvanic rifles, red robes, augmetic spines, and the thin remaining meat within. They fell in pieces, still transmitting target data as their upper bodies twitched. Another Deathshroud drove his scythe downward into a Cataphron breacher, punching through armor plating, engine block, and vat-grown torso. He wrenched the blade free with a twist that spilled fuel, blood, and sacred oils across the gantry. A tech priest raised a staff of office and shrieked in Binharic. The champion's man-reaper removed his arm, staff, and half his torso in one heavy stroke. The priest's mechadendrites continued their exorcism for several seconds, stabbing at the Deathshroud's armor with tiny sanctified blades until a Terminator boot crushed the priest's skull into the deck grill. Plague spurt gauntlets opened. Living filth roared across cogitator banks, command sockets, and shrine wards. It flowed over brass keys, into data ports, through purity wax, and beneath rune-locked housings. Cogitators screamed as their machine spirits encountered something that was not simple corrosion, but theological infection. Screams burst outward. Binary prayers degraded into wet laughter. A servo's skull spun in place, vomiting black oil from its vox grill before ramming itself into a wall. The Deathshroud turned the Titan's sacred arteries into charnel tunnels. They cut data cables thick as tree trunks, each severed bundle lashing like a wounded serpent, spraying sparks and oily coolant. They sliced through motive tendon relays. They broke warding shrines. They carved through priest spines and servitor control columns. One Deathshroud grabbed a bonded engine thrall by the head and used the body to smash a glass-covered manifold node until both shattered. Another drowned a reactor hymn console in plague bile, and the voices of 300 chanting servitors became one gurgling note. Inside the amniotic command throne, Princeps Halvek Bor felt pain, not his own, the engine's. Belisar Rex stumbled. In the command vault beneath Hive Mandrake, Magos Dominus Celt 9 received the noospheric wound like a blade through his remaining flesh, his mechadendrites locked. Red warning scripture streamed across his visual field. The Titan's sacred lower cathedral screamed in Binharic alarm, then in corrupted fragments, then in something that resembled wet breathing. "Titanic asset compromised," he said, his 3 voices slipping out of harmony. "Intrusion internal." hostile entities within Motive Sanctum, initiating Noospheric exorcism. Rauk turned sharply. Can you purge them? Flesh question inefficient. Attempt proceeding. Celt 9 extended every data limb into the command altar. His cranial halo flared red. Through the noosphere, he hurled scrap code, purity cant, Martian denial rites and machine wrath into the wounded systems of Belisar Rex. Across the Titan's inner sanctums, transmitter priests received his command. They gathered around brass relay thrones, their bodies hardwired into the God Engine's nervous system. They began the exorcism chant in Binharik, a blizzard of sacred code meant to isolate corruption, cauterize infected logic paths, and seal the machine spirit behind walls of iron doctrine. The Deathshroud did not debate theology. They found the transmitters by following the sound. The first priest died with his mouth still clicking binary, a man reaper blade splitting his metal skull and the relay throne behind it. The second tried to detach from his sockets and crawl away on mechadendrites. Plague bile filled the socket pit before he could free his spine. The third overloaded his own Vox heart in an act of martyrdom, sending a spike of purifying signal through the chamber. It staggered one Deathshroud for a moment. The champion stepped through the burst and brought his scythe down, ending priest, throne, and signal together. Celt 9's exorcism collapsed into static. Omnissiah preserve, whispered one of Rauk's officers. Celt 9's head rotated too far toward the speaker. Correction. Preservation attempt failed. Within Belisar Rex, Nurgle's rot entered the wounded machine spirit, not as rust alone. Rust would have been simple, not as code alone. Code could be fought. It entered as endurance corrupted, as the promise that failure was rest, that heat death was comfort, that joints need not obey, that pressure seals could relax, that reactor pain could bloom into garden warmth. The God Engine raged. Its spirit fought with the pride of 10,000 wars. It crushed infected pathways. It burned out corrupted relays. It killed parts of itself to save the whole. The Deathshroud kept cutting. Belisar Rex fired its volcano cannon one final time. The beam went wide. It carved through the upper wall of a manufactorum arc, through the support pylons of an orbital elevator base, and across an Imperial reserve line forming beneath the macro towers. Thousands vanished in the light. Tanks became shadows. Men became ash before sound reached them. Then the Titan's left leg failed. A motive bundle severed by a man reaper finally tore free under the stress of another step. The God Engine staggered. Its void shields rippled, collapsed, reignited, and collapsed again. Plague rockets struck exposed armor and burst against plating that no longer had the grace of divine protection. The plasma annihilator overheated, venting blue fire across the carapace and igniting shrine banners along its spine. Princeps Halvek Bor screamed inside the manifold. "Stand," he commanded. "Stand, damn you, stand." Belisar Rex tried. The attempt was noble, immense and doomed. Its right foot came down on unstable ground, softened by shelling and plague slurry. The knee buckled. The warlord Titan descended not like a felled tower, but like a murdered cathedral. It struck the edge of the Imperial army group assigned to support its advance. Entire battalions vanished beneath the falling God Engine. Super heavy tanks were flattened like ration tins. Infantry trenches became paste-filled cracks. The shockwave hurled men, guns, servitors, and burning debris into the air. The cathedral districts heard the impact as a new bell, deeper than all the others. Belisar Rex knelt. For a moment, impossibly, it remained there. A God Engine bowed amid smoke and flame. Then its reactor containment failed by degrees. It did not explode cleanly. No merciful sun swallowed it whole. It died badly, as all things on Vordrast had learned to die. Fire gouted from its joints. Plasma leaked from cracked conduits and ran like liquid star matter down its armor. Ammunition cooked off in internal magazines, each detonation blowing out chapels, gun decks, and crew reliquaries. Plague smoke poured from the wounds the Deathshroud had opened inside it. The machine spirit howled through every Vox channel in the Northern Hemisphere, a sound of rage, pain, and violated sanctity. The Deathshroud emerged from corpse light at the edge of the ruin before the reactor fires fully bloomed. Their armor was blackened by heat and streaked with sacred oils, blood, coolant, and machine filth. One dragged a severed cable bundle behind him like entrails. Another's pauldron still sparked with trapped noospheric lightning. The champion's man-reaper dripped a mixture of priest blood and engine lubricant onto the ash. Behind them, Belisar Rex became a burning mountain. The Imperial lines faltered. Not everywhere, not all at once. Men still fought. Skitari still fired. Priests still screamed themselves hoarse. Lord General Rauk still gave orders with a voice that refused to break. But something vast had fallen, and all who saw it understood that the world had lost more than a weapon. In the command cathedral of the Carrion Mantle, Vorgast Cern stared at the hololith as the Titan rune died. His captains erupted in praise. They banged weapons against armor. They roared blessings to the Grandfather. They named the fall of Belisar Rex a sign, a turning, a harvest worthy of plague song. Vorgast said nothing. Across the plague light, the 7 Deathshroud turned from the burning god engine. The champion faced him through the hololith projection, helm lenses dim, scythe held at rest. He did not speak. He did not need to. The silence carried the shape of a question. Why had this taken 77 days? The fall of Belisar Rex did not end with fire. Fire was too simple. Fire belonged to reactors, shells, promethium, plasma coils, and the honest fury of machines pushed beyond endurance. What remained after the God Engine's death was not honest. Its ruin burned across the northern forge front as a mountain of ruptured adamantium and reactor light. But the smoke rising from it carried more than vaporized oil, boiled crew flesh, and machine incense. It carried memory. The plague fog thickened around the Titan's corpse. It rolled through the broken manufactorum avenues in slow, patient banks, green at its edges and pearl white at its heart. It passed over loyalist trenches and Death Guard columns alike. It clung to helmets, seeped into rebreathers, slicked armor plates, filled shell craters, and crawled through the mouths of dead men. Where it touched blood, the blood darkened. Where it touched glass, the glass wept. Where it touched machine shrines, their prayer lamps guttered, then began blinking in rhythms no tech priest had authorized. Men began hearing things, not screams from the present. Those were common enough, not the moans of poxwalkers, or the metallic hymns of Skitari, or the roaring sermons of battlefield priests. These sounds came from behind the world, from somewhere older than Vordrast's dying hours. Vox sets crackled with marching orders spoken in Dead Legion cant. Trenches echoed with bootfalls that did not disturb the mud. Wounded soldiers looked up through the fog and saw grey-armoured giants walking where no giants stood, their plate pale as ash, their helms shaped for poisoned air, their shoulders marked by a legion symbol many Imperial troops did not recognize, and some savants had been ordered never to name aloud. In the command cathedral of the Carrion Mantle, The tallyman smiled as if an old ledger had opened itself. "The Dusk Raiders," he whispered. Vorgast Cern stood before the plague hololith, watching the image of Vordrast flicker beneath layers of ghost signal and warp stain. He had wanted triumph after the Titan's fall. He had wanted his captains roaring, his bells ringing, his banners driven toward the Oculus Sepulchrum in a great and final push. Instead, the world had become quiet in a way no battlefield should be. Guns still fired, men still died, engines still bellowed, yet beneath every sound lay another, older rhythm, like a second heart beating inside a corpse. The 7 Deathshrouds stood nearby. The fog seemed to gather around them with recognition. The 14th were once called the Dusk Raiders, the tallyman continued, drawing fingerbones along his counting chain. Before Barbarous, before the Death Lord, before the reek of this holy garden took root in us. They came in the dusk, so the old records say. They struck in the half-light. They endured where others required clean air, clean ground, and clean conscience. Then Mortarion was found upon the poison world, and he looked upon the legion made from his blood and gave them a truer name. His eyes shone behind cracked lenses. Death Guard. Vorgast exhaled spores from the split maw in his belly plate. The sound was almost reverent. A name for endurance. A name for the refusal to fall, the tallyman said. A name for the men who marched through rad zones, chem fog, trench fire, and fortress slaughter without ornament enough to distract from purpose. The Death Lord despised weakness. He despised tyrants. He despised the high and gilded things that looked down from mountains and called suffering natural. So he made his sons into the weapon he wished had existed when he was mortal. The hololith spasmed. For a moment, the green light became grey. The command cathedral vanished from the eyes of those within it. In its place stretched a dead world under a poisoned sky. Warriors in pale grey-white armour advanced through trenches filled with black sludge. Their helms were sealed. Their weapons were practical and ugly. Chem flamers washed over bunkers. Bolters spoke in disciplined volleys. Mortarion strode at their centre, not yet winged, not yet swollen by the grandfather's gifts, still gaunt, still terrible, still carrying the hatred of Barbarous in every step. At his side moved shrouded giants with scythes, silent even then. The vision fractured. Rust crawled across the pale armour. Flies gathered. In the eye lenses, the trenches filled not with mud, but with liquefied bodies, oath parchments, broken aquilars, and drowned stars. Vorgast laughed, low and wet. Grandfather shows us the route, he said. He lets the world remember what we are. He opens the past like a wound and makes it fertile. The Deathshroud did not answer. Their silence was not agreement. The tallyman noticed. He always noticed silences. They were numbers without sound. Beyond the cathedral, the plague ritual spread. It had not begun in one place. That was why the Imperials failed to sever it quickly. It was seeded through corpse plants, broken command nodes, infected relics, dying machine spirits, the smoke of Belisar Rex, and the old contagion carried in the Deathshroud's wake. The ritual did not merely summon demons or rot flesh. It made the war zone remember damnation. It bled past into present until every breath tasted of a voyage no living loyalist had taken and no Death Guard warrior could truly forget. Inside the Oculus Sepulchrum, the astropathic choir screamed for aid. The fortress stood at the heart of Vordrast's primary hive spine, buried behind shielded gates, adamantium ribs, logis vaults, and chapels where priests burned incense by the barrel to to hold back the stink of the outer world. Its choir chamber was a vast circular well lined with psychic wards, black iron balconies and cables leading into brass reliquaries. Hooded astropaths sat upon thrones of restraint and pain, their heads wired into the beacon lattice, their mouths open, their blind eyes turned toward the warp. Around them, sanctioned overseers chanted purity formulae. Servo skulls carried bowls of ash. Guards in sealed armor stood with flamers ready, because every man in that chamber knew that a psychic beacon could become a door. They screamed outward. The message was simple. Vordrast Majoris besieged. Deathguard invasion. Deathshroud confirmed. Titan lost. Oculus threatened. Reinforcements required. By the Emperor's light, answer. The warp answered with memory. The first astropath to break did not die. That would have been kinder. His body swelled against the restraints, ribs creaking outward, throat bulging as if something inside him had decided to bloom. He spoke through 3 voices, none of them his own. The fleet is becalmed. The overseer nearest him froze. Another astropath began to weep black fluid from empty sockets. No wind, no stars, no course. The rot is in the decks. The chamber's ward lamps dimmed. Through the choir's psychic light came the sound of engines coughing blood. Not metaphor. The adepts heard it. The guards heard it. Even the machine spirits in the walls heard it and stuttered in their chants. Vast ship hearts labouring in the warp. Ventilation systems clogged with spores. Legionaries in sealed armour scratching at plate from the inside. Bolters slipping from weakened hands. Warriors who had endured poison worlds. Trench wars and the worst weapons of old night. Begging for death because their bodies would not die when pain made death necessary. The destroyer plague came as a memory with teeth. It filled the choir chamber in images no man could shut out. Death Guard ships hanging motionless in the immaterium, becalmed as if the warp itself had become a swamp. Corridors slick with fluids that had once been warriors. Armour bloating from within. Helm lenses fogging with fever. Men of the 14th clawing at bulkheads, asking their Primarch to end them. Asking anyone to end them. Asking gods they did not worship to answer because silence had become unbearable. Mortarion's sons, the unbreakable, broken not by blade or shell, but by endurance turned against them. Then laughter came, not merry, not cruel in the manner of men, vast, wet, patient laughter from something that loves suffering because suffering proved life continued. Laughter that wrapped itself around fever and called it blessing. Laughter that told every swollen lung, every split bowel, every burst eye, every begging warrior that decay was not failure. It was belonging. The Death Guard had endured. Endurance had become surrender. Surrender had become transformation. In the plague fog outside the Oculus, the Deathshroud advanced through their own history. The 7 moved along an avenue choked with burned tanks and kneeling statues, their cataphracti boots crushing glass, teeth, and spent casings. Around them walked phantoms of the old legion, pale armoured warriors in disciplined files, Barbran rebreathers, chemflamers, heavy bolters, grave grey plate under dirty starlight, no trophies, no laughter, no bells, only purpose. For a time, the Deathshroud seemed almost to walk among brothers. Then the vision rotted. The pale armour blistered. The grey became green. The rebreathers filled with flies. Chem tanks ruptured into plague canisters. Oath-bound silence became the silence of sealed tombs. The marching phantoms swelled, split, and continued walking with entrails dragging behind them. Their bolters rusted in their hands. their armor marks corroded. Their voices, when they came, were trapped beneath helm grills, begging, choking, praising, cursing. The Deathshroud did not slow, but neither did they rejoice. One turned his helm toward a phantom wearing the old grey of the Legion, a warrior whose armor bore no rot, whose scythe was clean, whose posture was familiar in ways no mortal observer could understand. The phantom looked back. For a heartbeat, plague fog and old chem mist met between them. Then the phantom's lenses filled with flies, and it was gone. Vorgast saw the visions differently. He strode behind the Deathshroud with his captains, and saw proof of favour in every nightmare. He saw the old Legion sickened and remade. He saw agony rewarded with immortality. He saw warriors who had once been merely resilient become sacred vectors of the Grandfather's truth. He raised his cleaver and let the fog wash over him like baptism. "Look," he growled to his captains. "Look and understand. Our suffering was not defeat, it was invitation. Our pain was not humiliation, it was the gate. The corpse worshippers fear rot because they fear honesty. We endure because we were loved enough to be broken open." Some captains murmured praise. Others watched the Deathshroud and said nothing. The shrouded ones served Mortarion. That was beyond doubt. They carried his will, his silence, his judgment. Yet Mortarion's damnation was not simple joy, whatever lesser plague prophets claimed. The Deathlord had not always knelt gladly. He had not always laughed with the warp. His bitterness had survived ascension. His resentment had grown wings. To stand close to Mortarion was to know that hatred could endure even paradise, and that service to Nurgle did not erase old wounds. It preserved them. It made them eternal. The Deathshroud walked as if they remembered that. Inside the Oculus, the Imperial defenders heard the plague memory through every system. Voxhorns whispered old Legion orders degraded into wet static. Advance by companies, maintain SEAL discipline, rad exposure acceptable, endure, endure, endure. Then the voices changed. Kill us. Father, end this. No death. Why is there no death? Open the hull. Something answers. Guardsmen tore off headphones and found their ears bleeding. Vox priests smashed brass relays with hammers and kept hearing the sounds through their teeth. Machine spirits began chanting corrupted Binharik in the lower Logi vaults, not in words but in error patterns that repeated like devotional hymns. Servitors at archive banks vomited oil and flies, then resumed their tasks with plague runes scrolling across their parchment feeds. In the shrine galleries, priests prayed louder. That was their error. Some prayers did not rise, some curved. Some were caught by the wrong listening thing and returned with blessings no imperial creed could survive. A priest holding an aquila above a warded gate saw the icon sprout tiny black wings from the eyes of the eagle. He stared at it, understanding too late that his plea had been answered by something vast, affectionate, and utterly obscene. He screamed until his throat split. Flies came out. Soldiers vomited insects into their own rebreathers. At first they thought the filters had failed. Then they felt movement in their stomachs, in their lungs, behind their eyes. Men beat their helmets against walls to crush what crawled within. Others laughed because the pressure in their bodies felt almost like relief. Medici orderlies tried to cut swollen armor seals open and found flesh beneath expanding in impossible directions, bellies ballooning, tongues thickening, teeth dropping out and being replaced by small white grubs that wriggled in the gums. The Ashen consuls attempted the countermeasure from orbit. Captain Acasta Vale, half sealed in armor and half supported by Medicae restraint, stood in the strike cruiser's strategium despite Apothecary Severin's refusal. His ruined leg was locked in a brace. His chest plate had been replaced by emergency plating inscribed with warding script. His face was pale, his breathing wet, but his voice did not tremble. "Burn the infected districts along the ritual vector," he ordered. "Lance fire in sequence. Coordinate with Rauk. Psychic dampening through librarious wards. No mercy for structures already compromised." A hooded epistolary of the Ashen Consuls stood beside the command dais, his force staff grounded, his helm lenses glowing with restrained witchlight. He was male, old by the measure of the Adeptus Astartes, his armor covered in purity seals and script wards. "The memory is not illusion alone," the librarian said. "It is contagion carried by narrative, pain repeating itself until reality accepts the pattern." Vale looked at the burning world below. "Then interrupt the pattern." The strike cruiser fired. Lance beams speared down from orbit, cutting through plague cloud and ash. Entire districts vanished under white fire. Hab towers collapsed in molten sheets. Corpse rail lines became glowing scars. Shrine squares full of infected pilgrims, poxwalkers, militia, and plague cult growths were erased in heartbeats. The Ashen Consul's librarian led a psychic counterchant that rolled through loyalist vox channels like iron bells, commanding memory to break, commanding the past to remain dead, commanding the Emperor's light to deny the warp its purchase. For a while, it worked. The plague fog recoiled from some avenues. Vox ghosts faded. Astropaths inside the oculus found one clean breath amid the scream. Rauk seized that breath and ordered inner gates reinforced. Shield harmonics rotated. All choir access sealed by triple authority. Kelt 9 poured scrap code into machine systems and burned out infected relays by the hundred. Canon Marshal Vey led men in prayers of denial rather than salvation, teaching them to ask for nothing, because answered prayers had become dangerous. The ritual slowed. It did not stop, because the Deathshroud had already found the choir. They stood before the outer approaches of the Oculus Sepulchrum as the fortress closed itself around its own heart. Gates the size of city blocks began to descend. Adamantium teeth locked into sockets. Void shields shimmered across processional bridges. Murder servitors woke inside wall alcoves. Heavy bolter nests rotated toward the avenues. Incense burners swung from defensive chapels, trying to drown plague fog in sanctified smoke. The Deathshroud watched the fortress seal. Vorgast came behind them, still wrapped in visions of the Legion's fall, his armor slick with condensation and old memory. "Inside," he said, "the choir, the beacon, the mind of their world." The champion did not answer. He raised his Man Reaper slightly, not as threat, not as salute, but as acknowledgement of harvest. Inside the Oculus Sepulchrum, the astropathic choir screamed one final message into every channel that remained open. Lord General Rauk heard it in Hive Mandrake. Captain Vale heard it aboard the strike cruiser. Magos Dominus Kelt. 9 received it as psychic contamination translated imperfectly into binary panic. Canon Marshal Vey heard it through the mouth of a dying priest who had bitten off his own tongue. The message was no longer a plea for aid. It was a warning scraped raw by terror, carried on a beacon already touched by plague memory. They are inside the light. The Oculus Sepulchrum closed like a fist around a screaming heart. Its outer gates descended through smoke and ash, each slab of adamantium carved with warding scripture, cog teeth, martyr bones, and the blackened names of architects executed for knowing too much of what they had built. The fortress was no single structure. It was a cathedral, a data vault, an astropathic tower, a command throne, and a tomb for the arrogance of a world that believed enough stone could preserve enough order to hold back damnation. It rose through the primary hive spine in tier upon tier of armoured sanctity. Its lower roots plunged into logis catacombs, its middle body wrapped in basilicas and gun galleries, its upper crown stabbing into the poisoned sky where psychic lightning crawled around antennae shaped, like iron halos. Within it, Vordrast Majoris still thought. The thought was wounded. It stuttered through corrupted vox relays, half-blinded auger arrays, dying noospheric nodes and astropaths whose screams had become part of the architecture. Yet it endured. Lord General Cassian Rauch commanded through it. Magos Dominus Celt 9 bled logic through it. Canon Marshal Odran Vey hurled faith through it like burning oil. The Ashen Consuls, diminished and oath-bound, entered it as the final blade of the Imperium's defense. Every surviving army group, every macro cannon tower, every shrine militia, every forge cohort, and every orbital battery that still answered to loyal command received its clarity from the Oculus. If the Deathshroud reached the choir, Vordrast would lose its last mind. The Imperium knew. So the Imperium spent everything. The monumental stair rose from the lower processional gate to the inner choir vaults, wide enough for tanks to climb in formation, tall enough that mortal eyes could not see the summit through the incense, smoke, and dust. Each step was built from black stone veined with silver warding channels. Each landing held statuary of imperial saints in stained glass alcoves, the holy dead rendered in crimson, gold and cobalt light, their painted eyes gazing down on the men preparing to die beneath them. Servo skulls drifted between columns carrying relic candles. Loud hailers thundered the litany of final denial. At the base of the stair, the last regiments of Vordrast knelt, checked their power packs, kissed Aquilus, chambered shells, and tried not to listen to the screaming from above. Stormtroopers held the first ranks in sealed carapace and black visors. Hellguns braced along barricades of overturned reliquary slabs. Behind them stood the personal guard of Lord General Rauch, scarred men in polished breastplates now dulled by ash, bearing power sabers, hotshot carbines, and the tired pride of those chosen to die nearest command. Skitarii elite occupied the flanking galleries, red robes hanging over augmetic limbs, rad carbines and arc rifles locked into firing rests, their binharic chatter cold as winter machinery. Cataphron breachers waited on the landings above, tracked bodies humming, heavy weapons trained downward. Crusader brethren in slab shields and chainmail tabards formed a wall before the shrine doors, power swords held upright in prayer. Arco-flagellant mobs strained against restraint shackles, chemical injectors twitching along their spines, their flail limbs clattering against the stone. The Ashen Consuls stood higher on the stair, where the first defensive line met the second. Captain Acasta Vale had returned. He should not have been standing. His body had been opened, cut, poisoned and sealed again with medici brutality. His left leg was bound in a powered brace beneath rebuilt greaves. His torso plate bore fresh weld lines and strips of script warding. One side of his face was pale with nerve deadness, where plague toxins had been burned from the tissue. His relic blade hung in his right hand, its edge bright despite the gloom. Around him stood the remnants of his veterans, fewer than before, each one carrying damage that would have killed any mortal man many times over. Apothecary Severin remained at his flank, white helm marked by ash, narthecium stained with gene seed blood. Vale looked down the stair. The plague fog gathered at the processional gate. He voxed across his remaining brothers. His voice was calm, severe, and without ornament. "Hold the stair. Die standing. Let no scythe pass." The ashen consuls answered as one. "We are the ash that endures." The lower gate blew inward without flame. It simply rotted apart. Its locks burst in showers of green sparks. Its warding script blackened, blistered, and sloughed from the metal like burned skin. The adamantium slabs sagged, split, and fell, and through the breach came corpse light, flies, and 7 shapes in ancient Terminator plate. The Deathshroud entered the ocular sepulchrum. They did not rush into the guns. They did not lift their scythes in salute to the waiting army. They did not answer the shouted curses, the prayers, the machine challenges, or the sudden roar of hatred that rolled down the stair. They came forward in silence, man-reapers low, plague-spurt gauntlets hissing softly, helms sealed, armor wet from fog and the memories of dead wars. Behind them, plague vapor crawled over the floor, licking at purity seals and turning candle flames green. The first volley struck them before their boots touched the first step. Hellguns snapped in disciplined ranks. Hot shot beams cut white scars through the fog and hammered across corrupted cataphractii plate. Arc rifles spat lightning from the galleries. Heavy bolters roared. Frag charges burst around the Deathshroud's feet. Plasma guns lit the lower stair in blue fire. The Deathshroud advanced through it. Armor cracked. Bone growth splintered. Runes flared and died on their breastplates. Black fluid leaked from impact wounds and steamed on the stone. They did not make a sound. The plague spurt gauntlets answered. The lower stair drowned. Torrent filth washed over the stormtrooper barricades in thick, roaring streams. It struck shields and flowed around them, crawled beneath them, found visor seams, armor joints, prayer beads, trigger gloves, and open mouths. Men behind cover died as surely as those in the open. One stormtrooper kept firing after his face had dissolved behind his visor. His finger locked to the trigger until the weapon overheated and exploded in his hands. Another tried to drag his sergeant away and found the man's arm coming loose from the shoulder like rotten meat pulled from a hook. The personal guard of Lord General Rauch stepped into the gaps, sabers raised, and were reaped in the first sweep. The man-reapers came up. They were not crude weapons. They were not swung with the frenzy of killers seeking sensation. They moved with agricultural patience and executioner precision, their long blades describing arcs that turned courage into pieces. A scythe hooked behind a storm shield and tore its bearer forward into the next stroke. Another swept low and opened a row of men at the knees, then reversed and took them through the throat as they fell. A third drove its point into a command servitor's chest, lifted the machine man from the floor, and split him apart down the center, scattering cogitators, intestines, and parchment scrolls across the steps. The defenders did not break. More came. Arco-flagellants were released from the second landing. They descended in a shrieking flood of chemically murdered humanity, their minds burned down to pain, obedience, and weaponized frenzy. Flail limbs spun. Chain lashes sparked. Injectors plunged fresh combat drugs into bodies already ruined by years of punishment. They crashed into the Deathshroud like a living storm. Some clawed onto armor, biting cables, tearing at bells, smashing skulls against plate. Others wrapped electrified lashes around scythe hafts and tried to pull the weapons down by mass alone. For several breaths, the Deathshroud vanished beneath them. Then, the plague torrents fired inside the mob. Bodies burst open under pressure and contagion. Skin split, spines snapped, Limbs thrashed free from torsos. The flagellants kept fighting because they had no capacity to stop, even as infection swelled their organs and turned their blood black. A Deathshroud rose from the center of the heap, dragging men from his armor with one gauntlet, while his Man-Reaper cleaved through the rest in 3 silent sweeps. By the time the last flagellant stopped twitching, the first landing was layered in meat deep enough to swallow boots. The Skitari opened fire from the galleries with machine exactness. Radium rounds struck joints. Arc fire crackled over armor seams. Graviton weapons hummed from concealed alcoves, bending the air around one Deathshroud until his steps slowed, then halted. Stone cracked beneath him as his mass became a prison. His armor groaned. The warriors on the gallery concentrated fire, pouring shot after shot into the pinned Terminator. Pieces of plate tore away. Black syrup welled from beneath. A Cataphron breacher rolled forward and fired into him at close range, the blast caving part of his chest plate inward. The Deathshroud did not cry out. Another of the 7 turned, raised his plague spurt gauntlet and drowned the gallery. Skitari vanished beneath living filth. Red robes smoked. Augmetic limbs sparked and spasmed. One warrior continued firing as his organic face sloughed from his metal skull. The pinned Deathshroud moved again when the Graviton projector died with its operators. He took one step, then another. Chestplate cracked open, black fluid running down his abdomen. His scythe rose. The second landing fell. The Crusader brethren met them at the third. They stood shield to shield, helms bowed behind visors shaped like chapel arches, power swords burning blue, tabards heavy with purity seals. At their center, Canon Marshal Odrin Vey shouted himself hoarse, Crozius raised high, his candles guttering in the plague wind. Stand, sons of Vordrast, stand before rot, stand before despair. The Emperor sees the faithful even in the dark. The Deathshroud advanced into the shield wall. The first impact shook the stair. Power swords bit into rotten plate. Shields slammed into Terminator armor. A Crusader drove his blade through a damaged knee joint and was crushed beneath a boot before he could withdraw it. Another hacked into a gauntlet reservoir and vanished when it ruptured, the pressure washing him backward in a flood of acid and filth. Vey struck a Deathshroud across the helm with his Crozius, cracking one lens and filling the air with a flare of sanctified force. The Deathshroud turned his damaged helm toward the priest. For a heartbeat, Vey looked into the broken lens. Whatever he saw there did not frighten him. It enraged him. "Abomination!" he spat. The scythe took him through the chest, lifting him from the stone. His Crozius fell from his hand and rolled down 3 steps, leaving sparks in the blood. Vey hung on the blade, coughing red across his beard, one hand still trying to form the Aquila against a breastplate now opened from sternum to spine. The Deathshroud lowered him without haste and stepped over the corpse before it had stopped moving. The silence remained. That was the cruelty the defenders felt most keenly. Not the wounds, not the filth, not the scythes, the refusal. The Deathshroud did not honor courage. They did not answer defiance. They did not give the dying the dignity of being hated. They treated the last stand of a world as an obstruction to be removed from a stair. Captain Vale led the countercharge at the 4th landing. The Ashen Consuls came down as a wedge of ash-grey ceramite and oath-bound fury. Thunderhammers crackled. Combi melters fired at point-blank range. Storm shields locked together for the impact. Vale moved at their point, relic blade bright. Every step forced through pain by armor servos and transhuman will. Into them, he voxed. Break the line. They struck with the discipline of warriors who had already accepted death and therefore wasted no thought on survival. A thunderhammer hit the first Deathshroud square in the chest. The blow cracked his breastplate from gorget to abdomen, caving rusted ceramite inward and blasting black fluid through the fracture in a thick spray. The Terminator staggered. He did not fall. The Ashen Consul who struck him raised the hammer again, but the Deathshroud's Man Reaper punched beneath his arm and ripped upward through shoulder, neck, and helm, tearing the warrior open in a burst of blood and shattered black carapace. Another Deathshroud burned. Consecrated promethium from a heavy flamer washed over him in a white gold sheet, clinging to rot, chain, bell, and bone growth. His armor became a moving pyre. Purity oil mixed with plague seep and flared bright enough to paint the saints above in harsh light. The Deathshroud kept walking through the fire, black smoke pouring from his joints. He reached the flamer bearer, placed one burning gauntlet against the Space Marine's helm, and held him there while the plague spurt nozzle discharged through the visor grill. The Loyalist spasmed once, then dropped with his skull liquefied inside the helm. Vale reached the champion again. Relic Blade met Man Reaper with a crash that rang across the stair. Vale did not speak at first. He fought. Strike, turn, parry, step, cut. He targeted joints, damaged plate, hydraulic bundles, the old wound he had given in the basilica. The champion pressed him with that same awful patience, moving as if pain were weather. The scythe's reach forced Vale back. Vale moved inside it, took a glancing strike across his pauldron that tore away heraldry and flesh beneath, and drove his blade into the champion's side. This time, the relic blade bit deep. It slid between plates, through rotten fibre bundles, and into the body within. Black syrup poured over Vale's gauntlet. The champion leaned slightly, not from pain, but from mechanical disruption. Vale twisted the blade. "Name yourself," Vale snarled. The champion's helm lowered until it was close enough that Vale saw his own cracked face reflected in the dim lenses. "Give me the name of the thing I kill." The champion's vox grill exhaled static, old dust and grave air. Dead. The word struck harder than a curse. Vale understood it in the same instant the champion struck him. Not a boast, not evasion, identity, doctrine. The old truth made voice. The Deathshroud were dead before the galaxy ever saw them. Dead to company roles, dead to brotherhood as others knew it, dead to vanity, to renown, to pleading, to the comforts of name and face. They had nothing to reveal because Mortarion had already buried them. The Man Reaper haft slammed into Vale's damaged chest. His rebuilt plate split along fresh welds. Warning runes drowned his helm display. His secondary heart stumbled. He held the relic blade in the wound for one breath more. Then the champion's gauntlet seized his wrist and crushed armor, bone and hilt gripped together. Vale's blade fell free, still glowing. Apothecary Severin lunged to retrieve him. A Deathshroud scythe swept between them. Severin lost his left arm at the elbow. The Narthesium spun away, spraying gene seed preservative across the bloody steps. The apothecary staggered, fired his absolver pistol twice into the Terminator's helm, then was smashed aside by the scythe haft and hurled into a saint alcove hard enough to crack the stained glass behind him. Vale went to one knee. The champion raised the Man Reaper. Below the stair, Lord General Rauch gave the order. He had watched the feed from the inner command throne, watched the Deathshroud climb through every defense, watched the personal guard die, watched Vale fall, watched the Ashen Consuls break themselves against the scythes and still fail to halt them. His face was grey. His augmetic eye tracked structural stress, troop density, blast door integrity, and the position of the enemy. Colonel Varron stood beside him, pale behind his respirator. "My lord, lower levels still contain our wounded reserve companies, medici stations, and evacuation corridors. I know. Tens of thousands. I know." Rauch placed his hand on the command seal. Savant Hest watched from the shadow, saying nothing. Rauch spoke into the Vox with the voice of a man cutting out his own heart because the alternative was letting it be taken. "Detonate lower foundations beneath the processional ascension. All charges. Emperor, forgive us. Execute." The oculus sepulchrum obeyed. The stair became a volcano of stone, fire and bodies. Charges planted deep in the lower structural ribs detonated in sequence. The first blast lifted the bottom landings and turned them into a storm of black stone fragments, shattered barricades and vaporized men. The second collapsed the support vaults. The third triggered ammunition stores abandoned in the fallback. The fourth broke the reliquary columns. Flame, dust, bone, steel, blood and sacred glass erupted upward with enough force to throw Space Marines from their feet and tear mortal defenders apart where they stood. Tens of thousands died in the lower levels. Wounded men strapped to medici pallets vanished under falling ceilings. Reserve companies waiting in sealed corridors were crushed before their officers finished shouting. Servitors burned in rows. Priests disappeared beneath their own altars. The personal dead of Lord General Rauch, men who had followed him through years of war, were reduced to meet in the same instant as traitors, poxwalkers, shrine guards and Skitarii. The stair collapsed. Vale was thrown backward through smoke, caught by two ashen consuls who dragged him into the upper gate as blast doors began to close. Severin crawled after them with one arm, leaving a wide red trail across the stone. Below, the Deathshroud vanished under a tumbling avalanche of masonry, corpses, melted ceramite, shattered icons, and burning promethium. For a moment, the oculus breathed. The smoke cleared slowly, reluctantly, as if afraid of what it might reveal. The monumental stair was gone. In its place lay a broken slope of rubble, fire and steaming gore. Saint windows had shattered, their coloured fragments buried among limbs and armour plates. The lower gate was a crater filled with dust and moaning metal. Vox channels hissed with damage reports, casualty screams and prayers spoken by men who could no longer remember which god they addressed. Rauch stared at the feed. Confirm enemy. Destruction. No one answered. Kelt 9's voice clicked through the command vault. Thermal masking extreme. Biosigns unreliable. Terminator mass readings obstructed. Rubble shifted. A man-reaper blade rose from the mound. Then a gauntlet. Then a helm, cracked and blackened, pushing upward through stone and corpses. One Deathshroud emerged. Then another. Then a third. Then a fourth. They dug themselves out without haste, dragging their scythes free, armour broken, bodies leaking, bells silent, helms turning toward the upper choir gates. One had lost part of his left pauldron. Another's chest still burned with consecrated flame. The champion's side wound poured black fluid down the rubble slope, but he climbed as if the planet had merely placed another step before him. Only 4 stood visible. Rauch leaned toward the hololith. 4, Varron whispered. Only 4. Then the Vox screamed. Not mortal, not machine. Alarm and terror fused together. Kelt 9's cranial halo flared crimson. Teleport signatures detected. Rauch's blood went cold. The Magos continued, voice fractured by static. 3, above the astropathic choir. The 3 teleport signatures bloomed above the astropathic choir like wounds opening in stained light. For an instant, The oculus sepulchrum still believed itself protected. Its inner gates were sealed. Its monumental stair lay broken beneath tons of rubble, corpses, molten glass and sacred stone. Its lower defenders had died by the tens of thousands to deny passage. Its upper vaults were layered with void warding, psych bafflers, noospheric locks, kill galleries, adamantium shutters and prayer screens etched with the names of martyrs who had burned rather than surrender forbidden knowledge. Every fortress logic remaining in Vordrast declared the same conclusion. The enemy had been delayed below. The enemy had been contained. The enemy could not be inside. Then corpse light flared in the choir's upper air, and the fortress learned that stone had never mattered. The Deathshroud appeared upon the choir gallery in a storm of flies, their cataphractii boots striking the black iron balcony with enough weight to crack the sacred tiles beneath. Their armor was streaked with dust from the buried stair, machine oil from Belisar Rex, old blood from the basilica, and fresh ash from the pyre districts. Their man-reapers came with them, blade tips scraping sparks from the floor. Behind their sealed helms, no eyes could be seen. No breath rasped except through vox grills thick with static and grave air. Below them, the astropathic choir screamed. The chamber was not merely a room. It was the throat of the planet. It descended through the heart of the oculus in vast circular tiers, each level crowded with throne cages, psychic amplifiers, brass reliquaries, pain engines, warding pylons, logis mirrors, and cables thick enough to bind a titan. The ceiling vanished into a vault of black glass, where star charts were etched in silver and bone. Around the walls, thousands of data lenses tracked fleet routes, warp storm tides, crusade movements, regimental deployments, astropathic traffic, and the defensive pulse of the entire subsector. Every shipping lane through nearby space, every known stable translation point, every predicted warp window, every imperial muster route, every shrine world plea, every forge world tithe convoy. All of it passed through the oculus, was measured by it, compared, blessed, logged and dispatched. Vordrast had not merely fought with armies, it had fought with sight. Mortarion had not sent the Deathshroud to take a world, he had sent them to take an eye. The first astropath saw them without seeing. His blind face lifted from its restraint throne, his lips peeled back from teeth cracked by years of sanctioned torment. "They are here," he whispered. A choir overseer turned, pistol drawn, and died before he understood that the warning had not been meant for him. A man-reaper swept down from the gallery and opened him from collarbone to groin, scattering blood and blessed parchment across the control dais. Guards in sealed carapace raised flamers. Plague filth answered first, roaring from a gauntlet in a thick torrent that covered the nearest warding station and the men beside it. Their armor smoked, their prayers dissolved into choking. One guard fired as he died, his flamer stream washing across a Deathshroud's lower plate and guttering there, turning to black vapor. The three Deathshroud descended. They did not leap. They did not hurry. They moved from gallery to gallery as if the chamber had been built with their arrival in mind. Scythes hooked into railings and severed them. Boots crushed brass skulls and servo cherubs. Plague spurt gauntlets drenched cogitator banks in living corruption. Cables burst open, not merely sparking, but bleeding. The machine spirits in the choir lattice began to stammer through the walls in binary that lost coherence and became something like coughing laughter. The astropaths were not slaughtered, not at once. That would have been a waste, and the Deathshroud did not waste what Mortarion had ordered taken. plague sorcerers came in their wake. They arrived through lesser translations, robed in mildew, bone charms and cracked armor marked with the fly rune. Their faces were hidden behind rusted helms and rebreather masks, but the flesh at their throats bulged with murmuring things. One carried a staff made from a ship's spinal auger, its head crowned with bells that did not move, but rang softly all the same. Another dragged a chain of skulls whose eye sockets burned with warp light. They bowed not to Vorgast, who was not yet present, nor to the chamber, nor to the dying defenders. They bowed to the 7 Deathshroud. The champion was still below, climbing from the buried stair with the other visible 4, but his will had already entered the chamber through those who bore the same silence. The sorcerers began their rite. They did not treat the astropaths as victims. They treated them as weapons found loaded. One astropath was cut free from his imperial restraint throne and bound again with chains of fly-blown brass. Another had his psychic collar split open and packed with grave soil from the plague planet. A third was forced back into the beacon lattice, while a sorcerer pressed thumb bones into his eyes until the empty sockets smoked. The choir's screams rose through the chamber, touching the warp, touching old routes, touching every listening station that had not yet learned to fear the signal from Vordrast. The distress call twisted. Across the subsector, Imperial commanders began receiving salvation shaped like orders. A naval admiral aboard the monitor fortress St. Drusus heard Vordrast report a safe translation corridor through the western warp shoals. His navigators wept blood at the sight of the coordinates. A colonel commanding reserves on Brannock's Reach received a request for immediate redeployment to a grid that did not exist on any chart, yet appeared in his command slate surrounded by green priority seals. A Forge Moon's Logis Council received munition requests encoded with perfect Mechanicus cant, each data packet carrying a scrap of plague scrap code that nestled into archive systems like eggs into meat. Astropathic choirs on 3 shrine worlds dreamed of bells tolling underwater and woke vomiting flies into their hands. A crusade fleet in high muster received a vision of the Emperor's light shining over Vordrast, calling them home, calling them closer, calling them into the wrong dark. Nightmare became strategy, contagion became information. The oculus opened and Mortarion looked through. Below the choir, the remaining 4 Deathshroud emerged from the devastation of the stair and entered the upper gate. Their armor was cracked, scorched and dripping. One dragged a leg that had been partially crushed beneath fallen stone, but each step still landed with Terminator weight and inevitability. Another's chest plate was split from a thunderhammer strike, black fluid pulsing through the fracture in slow, syrup-thick beats. The champion climbed with Captain Vale's wound still cut into his side, relic blade damage weeping tar and flies. None of them spoke. None looked diminished by pain. They came through the smoke as if the explosion had been no more than weather. Vorgast Cern entered behind them with his surviving captains and Blightlord guard, pushing through the breached upper passages as if he had been the one to open them. His wounded leg steamed. His cleaver was wet. Gorval's tongue hung cracked and trembling at his back. When he saw the astropathic choir drowning in plague light, his chest swelled with triumph. He strode into the chamber and raised his cleaver high. "Behold!" he roared, voice filling the vault, drowning for a moment even the choir's screams. "The oculus falls. Vordrast is broken. Its sight is ours. Its billions rot beneath my banners. Its god engine lies dead. Its armies burn. I have conquered in the name of the Grandfather and the Death Lord. Let the tally be carved. Let the bells remember Vorgast Cern. The Deathshroud did not react. Not one helm turned toward him in reverence. Not one scythe lifted. Not one rasp of approval came through a vox grill. The sorcerers continued their work. The astropaths continued to scream. The corrupted lenses of the oculus tracked new paths through the warp, turning imperial knowledge into plague omen. Vorgast's words rang against the chamber and fell dead. His need filled the silence after them. It stood naked there, uglier than any mutation. The champion moved to the center of the choir dais. Flies gathered around him, rising from corpses, from vents, from the mouths of dying astropaths and the seams of Deathshroud armor. They swirled into a black cloud above the plague-stained hololith that had once displayed imperial routes. Warp mist bled into the swarm, thick and green, smelling of grave soil and chemical rain. The cloud widened, darkened, and became a vision. Mortarion appeared without truly appearing. No body entered the chamber, no wing brushed the vault, no full manifestation tore the world apart. Yet his shadow was there, cast across the oculus as if a giant stood beyond the warp and leaned close to the glass of reality. A hooded silhouette, a scythe taller than towers. Wings folded in bitterness, a presence so cold and immense that every plague bell in the chamber went silent before it. Vorgast lowered his cleaver without meaning to. The true order came not as parchment, not as spoken command, but as plague vision driven into the mind of every warrior present. Vordrast was not given to Vorgast for glory. Vordrast was given as test, as tool, as wound to be opened cleanly. The Lord of Contagion had been sent to obey, to endure, to break the world without vanity, to serve Mortarion's design, not sculpt a throne from it. The plague companies, the demon engines, the corpse tides, the siege guns, all had been instruments. Vorgast had treated them as proof of himself. The Deathshroud had come to see if the instrument had mistaken itself for the hand. Vorgast's maw opened. Spores poured from him in a choking cloud. "I conquered billions," he snarled. "I drowned trenches. I broke their titan. I brought the oculus to its knees." The champion faced him. Nothing in the silence denied the dead. Nothing denied the conquered districts, the infected hives, the burning armies, or the butchered faithful. That made the answer more brutal. The Deathshroud did not argue that Vorgast had failed to kill. They judged that killing was insufficient. Conquest meant nothing if ambition made the conqueror unreliable. A blade that preened at its reflection would one day turn in the grip. Vorgast felt the judgment forming. Before he could speak again, the inner choir gates detonated inward. The Imperial counterattack reached the chamber as a last act of will. Lord General Cassian Rauch came first through the smoke, not as a hollow ghost, but in flesh, carapace coat torn, augmetic eye burning red, power saber drawn in one hand and bolt pistol in the other. Around him came the remains of his personal guard and stormtrooper cadre, men who had walked through collapsing corridors and plague gas because there was nowhere left to withdraw. They fired as they advanced, not at the nearest enemy, but at the sorcerers binding the choir. "For Vordrast," Rauch said into the vox, voice rough and small beneath the chamber's enormity. "For the men already spent, kill the witches." Captain Acasta Vale followed, carried forward by armor, rage and duty more than living strength. Apothecary Severin came beside him, one arm gone, white helm cracked, pistol firing with mechanical precision. The ashen consuls who remained were few. Their oaths were not fewer. They formed around their captain and drove toward the central dais with the cold discipline of warriors who had already buried themselves. "Cut the right," Vale voxed. "No other purpose." Magos, Dominus, Celt. 9 entered through the opposite gallery in a war chassis of his own making. Red robes burned away, mechanical limbs unfolding like the legs of some iron spider. His remaining organic face was sealed behind a plate of blackened steel. Arc weapons mounted along his shoulders. Servo arms carried rad cleansers, data spikes, volkite emitters, and a cogaxe whose blade hummed with machine hatred. Behind him came Skitarii elite and combat servitors, their flesh failing, their logic intact. "Objective convergence," Celt 9 intoned. "Temporary alliance with Flesh Command accepted. Priority. Sever psychic corruption. Secondary priority. Exterminate traitor biomass. Tertiary priority. Preserve data if statistically possible." Rauk glanced at the Magos through smoke and plague light. "Good to see you too." For one impossible moment, all the Imperium's distrusts fought in perfect desperation. The Astra Militarum fired for the sorcerers. The Adeptus Astartes engaged the Deathshroud. The Mechanicus attacked the corrupted choir lattice with scrap code, arc fire, and rad cleansing flame. Priests who had survived without faith, left to spend, still threw themselves into the chamber with grenades clutched to their chests. Stormtroopers died in firing lines, replacing one another without waiting for orders. Skitarii marched into plague torrents because their target calculations demanded they occupy that ground. Ashen consoles struck with blades, hammers and bolters, each blow aimed to buy a breath for the next. The Deathshroud shifted purpose. They no longer stood as Vorgast's guard. They stood around the captured vision. 2 moved before the plague sorcerers, absorbing hellgun fire and bolt shells that would have torn the robed witches apart. 1 intercepted Vale's charge, scythe haft meeting relic blade in a burst of sparks. Another advanced into Celt 9's arc barrage, armor locking and unlocking under electrical torture, refusing to fall while his plague spurt gauntlet flooded the Skitarii line. A 5th Deathshroud climbed the choir dais and crushed the skull of a stormtrooper officer who had nearly reached a bound astropath with a melter charge. Rauk shot one of the sorcerers through the throat. The bolt round detonated inside the plague witch's neck, blowing his head backward in a spray of black meat and bone charms. The corpse staggered, but did not fall until Rauk fired twice more into the chest. The choir's light flickered. "Again!" Rauk shouted. "Kill them again!" Vorgast saw Rauk and lunged, hungry for a kill worthy of witnesses. The champion stepped between them. Vorgast stopped, incredulous. "Still?" he roared. "Even now?" The champion did not look at him. His scythe moved, not toward Rauk, but toward a melter charge skittering across the floor toward the central beacon. The blade's tip hooked it and hurled it aside. It detonated among broken choir thrones, vaporizing 3 astropaths and a knot of stormtroopers. But the beacon survived. Vale drove his relic blade through the elbow joint of a Deathshroud and severed the gauntlet attached to it. Black fluid poured from the stump. The Deathshroud struck back with his remaining arm, hammering Vale to the floor with the scythe haft. Severin fired into the rent Vale had opened, round after round, until the Deathshroud turned and brought his blade down. The apothecary caught the stroke on his pistol and forearm, both shattering, then head-butted the Terminator's cracked plate with his own helm, as if defiance alone could be made a weapon. Celt 9 reached the primary cogitator shrine. "Unauthorized plague logic detected," he droned, commencing excision. His data spike pierced the shrine's core. For a moment, the noosphere screamed clean. Red warning runes became white. The choir's psychic light steadied. Across the chamber, bound astropaths convulsed as Imperial control tried to return. Then a Deathshroud put his Man-Reaper through the Magos from behind. The blade entered beneath the mechanical spine, burst through the chest plate, and emerged trailing cables, black oil, and the few remaining cords of preserved flesh. Celt 9 did not scream. His upper limbs kept working. One mechadendrite completed a code sequence. Another fired a rad cleanser into the face of the Deathshroud that impaled him. A third transmitted his final assessment to Rauk. Failure probability absolute. Hatred maintained. The Deathshroud tore him free and cast him down the gallery. Celt 9's broken chassis struck the floor below and continued to twitch, still broadcasting static contempt. The plague. Rite completed. The Oculus Sepulchrum opened across the warp. Every astropath in the chamber arched against his restraints. Their mouths became one mouth. Their screams became one beacon. The star charts above turned green. The silver roots blackened. Imperial fleet paths twisted into spiral gardens of false hope. Warp storm windows opened like infected eyes. Defensive patterns across the sector unfolded before Mortarion's shadow, not as guarded secrets now, but as offerings laid upon an altar. Rauk saw the hololith change. He understood. Perhaps not all of it. No mortal commander could truly understand the scale of what had been taken in that instant. But he saw enough. Vordrast was not merely falling. It had been used to poison the wars beyond it. He raised his bolt pistol toward the central choir throne. A Man-Reaper took his arm at the shoulder. Rauk staggered, blood jetting across his coat. He did not fall. He lifted his power saber in his remaining hand and drove it into the thigh joint of the nearest Deathshroud. The blade sparked, bit shallowly, and stopped. The Deathshroud looked down at him. Rauk spat blood onto the Terminator's boot. "Tell your master," he said. "We saw him." The scythe fell. Captain Vale saw Rauk die. He tried to rise. His armor failed him. His body nearly did. The relic blade was gone from his grasp. Severin lay motionless nearby. The last Ashen Consul veteran standing placed himself over Vale and fired until a plague-spurt torrent swallowed him whole. Vorgast stood amid the ruin, forgotten by the very guards he had thought sent to honor him. Above them all, Mortarion's shadow deepened. It fell over the choir chamber, over the Oculus, over Hive Mandrake, over the burning corpse plants, the dead Titan, the trench continents, the shrine districts, the forge vaults, the orbital docks, and the billions who still lived long enough to understand that the world had turned its face towards something that did not forgive. Every bell on Vordrast Majoris began tolling, not in sequence, not by command. 7 times. Across the planet, tower bells, shrine bells, plague bells, emergency bells, ship bells, machine bells, corpse plant warning bells, and the cracked bells hanging from the armor of the dead all sounded together. Once, twice, thrice, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times, 7. And in the silence after the 7th toll, the Death Lord's gaze remained. The 7th bell did not fade. It remained in the bones of the Oculus Sepulchrum, vibrating through black iron, sanctified stone, split data cables, and the ruined bodies of those who had died believing the final gate could matter. It trembled in the restraint thrones where astropaths convulsed beneath fly-blown chains. It shivered across the cracked lenses of the planetary observatory, where fleet routes and warp storm windows now crawled with plague light. It hummed in the dead vox horns, in the broken mouths of servo skulls, in the cooling armor of Lord General Cassian Rauk, where his body lay opened across the choir dais. The world had heard the bells. Vordrast Majoris had answered with silence. Vorgast Cern took that silence for awe. He stepped through the butchered chamber with the grandeur of a warlord entering a conquered throne room. His wounded leg left steaming prints in blood and psychic residue. Gorval's tongue hung cracked upon his back, still trembling from the planetary toll. His cleaver was red-black to the haft. His corrupted Terminator plate breathed spores from every rent and vent, as though the armor itself exhaled triumph. Around him, his surviving captains and Blightlord Terminators entered in heavy procession, their forms immense beneath the green light of the captured Oculus. The chamber had become a vision of all he desired. Astropaths screamed from their thrones, now bound by plague chains, instead of imperial restraint. Plague sorcerers chanted in wet voices, feeding the choir's pain into the warp. Imperial star routes writhed above like worms beneath skin. The silver bones of the observatory had blackened. The psychic beacon that had once pleaded for aid now whispered false salvation into the void. Corpses of stormtroopers, Skitari, Crusader brethren, priests, officers and space marines lay across every tier. The dead of the Imperium were piled beneath the site of Mortarion. Vorgast saw a throne being born. He saw Vordrast as the first stone of his dominion, a plague forge, a bell world, a charnel crown beneath the Death Lord's greater shadow. Its billions would rot into armies. Its manufactoria would cough munitions for his companies. Its orbital docks would breed rust hulks and plague barges. Its shrine districts would learn new hymns. Its corpse plants would feed the grandfather's garden without end. The Oculus would see for him. The sector would hear his name in fever dreams. He went to one knee before Mortarion's shadow. The movement was slow, heavy, and theatrical, performed for every Death Guard warrior present. Blightlords lowered their helms. Plague Marines bowed their diseased heads. The tallyman of the carrion mantle stood beside a toppled choir throne, ledger open, chain of finger bones clenched too tightly in his hands. Vorgast raised his cleaver in both hands. "Death Lord," he said, his voice filling the chamber, swollen with rot and pride. "Behold Vordrast Majoris. Its trenches drown, its forge vaults choke, its titan lies dead, its generals are meat, its astropathic eye is yours. I offer this world in tribute, and with it the first toll of a greater harvest. Let my name be counted. Let my endurance be witnessed." Mortarion's shadow did not answer. No praise came. No plague wind stirred his banners. No bell rang. The silence that followed was unbearable because it had weight. It pressed down upon Vorgast's kneeling form and spread outward across his captains. It filled the gaps between plague breaths and armor ticks. It settled into every warrior who had hoped the conquest of Vordrast might end in reward, elevation, permission, indulgence. Even the sorcerers lowered their chants, though the choir still screamed beneath them. Vorgast remained kneeling for one heartbeat too long, then another. Then he began to understand that silence could be a blade. The Deathshroud turned away from the remaining Imperials. They had ignored the wounded ashen consuls where they lay broken beneath rubble and bodies. They had ignored the dying stormtroopers who still tried to lift pistols with shaking hands. They had ignored Rauk's corpse, Kelt 9's shattered chassis, Severin's motionless white helm, the last flickers of resistance within the chamber. The battle was no longer there. 7 helms turned toward Vorgast. 7 scythes shifted. The Lord of Contagion rose slowly. His captains saw the change and felt dread bloom in places they had thought long dead. The Deathshroud were not merely guards. They were not honoured escorts. They were not elite reapers lent to strengthen a siege. They were Mortarion's judgment given armor and silence. The post-heresy truth stood revealed in the choir chamber amid the captured eye of Vordrast. They protected only what Mortarion chose to preserve. They executed whatever he chose to discard. Vorgast's Blightlord Terminators moved first, not quickly. Blightlords were not built for speed. They were bastions of rusted Terminator plate, plague-swollen flesh, and murderous endurance. But they moved with loyalty to the warlord, whose victories had fed them, whose campaigns had given them worlds to rot, whose favour had placed them closest to the spoils of conquest. 6 step between Vorgast and the Deathshroud, combi bolters rising, bubotic axes and flails coming alive in corroded gauntlets. Captain Bravuk of the Blightlords raised his axe. "Lord Cern is chosen," he growled. The Deathshroud did not answer. They advanced. The first Blightlord fired at point-blank range. Bolts hammered into the champion's plate, detonating across his chest, shoulder and helm in flashes of fire and black fluid. The champion walked through the barrage. His man-reaper swept low, not toward the shooter's head, but behind his knee. The blade cut through armor, tendon, cable, and swollen bone. The Blightlord toppled. Before his bulk struck the floor, a second stroke opened him from hip to helm, spilling rotten organs and writhing parasites across the choir steps. Another Blightlord charged with a flail of corruption, its spiked heads screaming as they swung. A Deathshroud stepped inside the arc, accepted one impact against his pauldron, and drove his scythe haft into the warrior's gorget hard enough to crack the helm seal. Plague gas burst outward. The Deathshroud hooked the Man-Reaper behind the Blightlord's weapon arm and tore it away at the shoulder. The severed limb continued to twitch, flail heads chewing through the floor until the Terminator boot crushed it flat. The Blightlords were mighty. They died anyway. There was no anger in the Deathshroud, no satisfaction, no rivalry between elites, no contempt spoken aloud. That made the slaughter colder. These were warriors of the same legion, sons of the same Primarch, bearers of the same rot. The Deathshroud harvested them as they had harvested loyalists, Skitarii and pox-ridden meat. Kinship did not stay the blade when judgment had begun. Vorgast roared. The sound shook dust from the broken star vault and made several astropaths convulse hard enough to crack their restraints. "I am Lord of Contagion," he thundered. "I am chosen of Nurgle, breaker of cities, bell-bearer of the Carrion Mantle. I have drowned worlds in the Grandfather's gifts. I have conquered billions in Mortarion's name." The champion faced him. His cracked bell did not ring. "Chosen things may be discarded." The words ended hesitation. Plague Marines throughout the choir chamber froze between instinct and terror. Some raised weapons toward the Deathshroud. Some lowered them at once. Some looked to Vorgast. Others looked to the shadow of Mortarion still staining the chamber's psychic light. The pause lasted less than a breath, but it killed them. A Deathshroud fired his Plague Spurt gauntlet into a knot of Plague Marines whose bolters had lifted halfway. The torrent engulfed them in a wet roar, not killing them cleanly, but making their armor seals fail inward. Their flesh swelled through broken plate. One burst at the waist, showering the floor with organs, maggots, and armor fragments. Another fell backward into a choir throne and thrashed as the bound astropath beside him vomited flies into his cracked helm. Another Plague Marine chose Vorgast and charged. A Deathshroud scythe took his head. A third chose Mortarion and knelt. He lived. That lesson moved through the chamber faster than any order. The Carrion Mantle broke into itself. Bolters fired across the choir. Plague knives found gaps in familiar armor. Warriors who had fought side by side through the trenches of Vordrast now killed one another beneath the captured observatory, because none could tell whether loyalty meant defending the warlord who had led them or submitting to the Primarch whose eyes had come to judge him. The hesitation became massacre. The Deathshroud moved through the confusion with perfect clarity. Vorgast entered the battle like a plague storm. He was not weak. He was not merely vain. He had earned his titles in centuries of war. He crashed into the nearest Deathshroud with enough force to drive the Terminator back across a choir dais and through the remains of a brass warding pylon. His plague blade came free from his armor rack, a shorter weapon than his cleaver, curved and foul, its edge slick with venomous light. He wielded cleaver in one hand and plague blade in the other, a monstrous duelist inside swollen Terminator plate. Every movement heavy but devastating. The cleaver struck a Deathshroud's Man-Reaper haft and split the metal binding near the blade. The plague blade followed, stabbing through a cracked chest plate and deep into the body within. Black syrup burst from the wound. The Deathshroud staggered. Vorgast roared and twisted the blade, dragging it upward through armor and meat until the Terminator's breastplate opened like a rusted door. The Deathshroud did not scream. Vorgast kicked him away and turned, striking another with the back edge of his cleaver. The blow caught the warrior across the helm, cracking one lens and tearing away part of the faceplate. What lay beneath was not a face, not properly. Darkness, rot, old bone, a glimpse of something sealed too long from sight. Vorgast laughed and drove forward. A lesser Plague Marine tried to join him, perhaps emboldened, perhaps maddened by the sight of a Deathshroud wounded. Vorgast's next strike killed him by accident. The Plague Blade's backsplash sprayed from a parried blow, a fan of corrosive filth and warp venom crossing the Plague Marine's torso. His armor split open with a wet shriek. The warrior folded around his own dissolving organs and dropped at Vorgast's feet. The Lord of Contagion did not notice. He pressed the champion. For the first time, the Deathshroud champion gave ground. Not far, not in panic, but enough for the chamber to understand the scale of Vorgast's strength. His cleaver sheared through a choir throne, killing the chained astropath within and sending psychic feedback shrieking through the star vault. His plague blade scored the champion's side wound again, widening Vale's earlier cut and releasing a fresh gush of black fluid. He slammed his shoulder into the champion's chest and drove him back across the bloody floor. "You judge me," Vorgast snarled. "You nameless corpse. You hooded relic. I have voice. I have conquests. I have warriors who speak my name." The champion's scythe rose. Vorgast battered it aside with the cleaver. "I will not be erased." The Deathshroud closed around him. That was when his strength began to fail as a solution. One Deathshroud pinned the cleaver haft with his broken Man-Reaper, locking weapon against weapon and holding with both gauntlets, while Vorgast strained hard enough to make the armor of his arms crack and vent plague steam. Another stepped low and swept his scythe at Vorgast's leg. The blade struck the wounded knee that had taken Melter fire in the Basilica. It did not cut through in one stroke. Vorgast was too armored, too swollen, too blessed. The Deathshroud struck again, same place, same angle, with the patience of an executioner chopping through a chain. The knee gave. Vorgast dropped to one side with a roar that became a wet curse. His plague blade flashed out and bit deep into the attacker's shoulder, nearly taking the Deathshroud's arm. The Terminator accepted the wound and held the blade in his own flesh, trapping it there. A third Deathshroud stepped in and slammed a gauntlet into Vorgast's helm. Once, twice. The third blow cracked the helm seal, The fourth broke it open. Stale plague pressure burst from Vorgast's armor. His exposed face was a ruined mass of swollen flesh, iron teeth, black gums, and eyes bright with hatred. He spat rot into the champion's helm lenses. The filth smoked where it struck. The champion hooked the inner curve of his man-reaper beneath Vorgast's gorget. Vorgast tried to wrench free. The pinned cleaver would not move. The plague blade remained trapped in a Deathshroud's wounded shoulder. His severed knee dragged uselessly beneath him. 3 scythes held him in place. The champion pulled. The blade bit under the gorget and lifted. Vorgast rose from the floor like meat on a butcher's hook, his immense body hanging from the scythe, armor screaming, limbs thrashing, fluids pouring from torn seals. Flies swarmed around him so thickly that his shape seemed to blur. His remaining captains stared. Those who had survived the first exchange stopped fighting. No order could have moved them. No shame could have shamed them more than the sight before them. Vorgast's final words were not repentance. He choked, spat, and forced them through his broken helm. "Mortarion binds you still," he hissed. "Chains, always chains, barbarous, terror, Nurgle, silence. You are shackled things, wearing death as obedience." The champion drew him closer. The Vox grill crackled softly. The chain was mercy. Vorgast snarled one last curse, naming Mortarion not as father, but as jailer. The champion pulled the man-reaper free and struck. The execution was not clean. Nothing in that chamber was clean. The blade opened Vorgast from gorget to bellymaw, splitting armor, flesh, organs, parasite nests, and the swollen sacs of disease that had made him so hard to kill. Rot poured out in a black-green flood. His secondary growth spasmed. His cleaver clanged to the floor. The cracked bell Gorval's tongue gave one weak sound, then split fully down its length. Vorgast Cern died standing because the Deathshroud would not permit him to fall. 3 scythes impaled him through the torso, hips, and ruined throat. Flies gathered beneath his arms, around his legs, under the remains of his armor, holding the corpse upright in obscene suspension. His head sagged forward. His eyes remained open. His mouth maw kept breathing for several seconds after the rest of him had ended, exhaling spores in small, defeated puffs, until even that stopped. The carrion mantle saw. Every surviving warrior saw the cost of failure. Not defeat, failure. There was a difference, and the Deathshroud had carved it into their lord. The tallyman stood trembling beside his open ledger. His fingers shook so badly that the bone chain rattled like teeth in a jar. He wrote Vorgast's name with care, then drew a line through it. Not a warrior fallen in glory, not a lord ascended, not a martyr to plague. Discarded. The Deathshroud withdrew their scythes. Vorgast's corpse remained upright, held by flies and the stiffness of ruined Terminator plate. It had become a warning icon in the center of the stolen eye. The plague sorcerers resumed their chant. Mortarion's shadow watched without praise. Then the western choir gate blew inward. For one heartbeat, the Death Guard host did not react. Judgment had hollowed the chamber. The execution of Vorgast had stunned captains, plague marines and sorcerers alike. Into that stunned breath came the last reserves of Lord General Rauch. His final order had survived him. Colonel Varron led what remained. Stormtroopers in cracked black armor charged through the smoke, hellguns firing. Vordrastian grenadiers followed with meltars, flamers and demolition charges strapped to their chests. Combat servitors lurched beside them with rotary cannons already spinning. A handful of wounded ashen consuls came with them, dragging ruined limbs, firing one-handed, helms split. oath marks burned black. Behind them crawled the last of Rauk's command guard, men who had heard their lord die and answered with the only prayer left to soldiers of the Imperium: "Spend us well." Varen saw Vorgast's impaled corpse and did not understand. He did not need to. "Kill everything!" he shouted. The chamber erupted again. Hellgun fire stitched across Plague Marines still deciding what their loyalty meant. Melter blasts took 2 sorcerers apart in white fire. A demolition charge detonated beneath a choir dais and hurled astropathic thrones into the air, trailing bodies and chains. Combat servitors swept cannon fire across the Death Guard ranks, shredding cult thralls and plague adepts into wet ruin. The Deathshroud turned from one slaughter to another without pause. No triumph, no anger, no exhaustion, only judgment, interrupted. The Oculus Sepulchrum no longer screamed for aid. It sang infection. Its astropathic choir had become a wound opened into the warp, and through that wound, Vordrast Majoris bled its last usefulness into the designs of the Death Lord. The fortress that had once ordered armies, guided fleets, rationed ammunition, assigned corpses to rendering plants, calculated shield harmonics, and sent prayers across the void now pulsed with green psychic light. Its lenses turned without human command. Its logi vaults whispered false roots. Its warding pylons dripped black condensation. Its star maps no longer showed salvation, only paths by which salvation might be hunted, poisoned, delayed, or drawn into ambush. Vordrast was not an imperial world under siege anymore. It was changing ownership in the manner of disease, not by decree, not by flag, by breath. The atmosphere had begun to thicken with plague spores so dense that orbital pict feeds showed the hive continents through a crawling veil. Shrine districts that had burned through the night now sprouted gardens of pale fungus from their ashes. Corpse rendering plants, ruptured and blessed by rot, vomited their contents into lower hab levels, where the dead climbed out of the slurry and joined the walking hunger. Manufactoria continued to work, even as their labour gangs died and rose beneath the conveyor lines. Shells still moved through production rails, but the hands loading them were swollen, laughing, and no longer loyal to the masters who had issued the quotas. The Death Guard fleet broke the remaining orbital bastions before dawn. The bastions died like old knights dragged down by wolves. Their void shields flickered beneath plague torpedoes and macro cannon salvos. Lance batteries fired until their plasma hearts ruptured. Defense monitors tried to close ranks around the coffin docks and were torn open, their crews spilling into vacuum as frozen clouds of blood and prayer beads. One orbital fortress, its command crew long dead, continued firing under servitor control until a plague ship rammed it bow first and bored into its side like a maggot into meat. The impact split the bastion's spine. Atmosphere vented in a white plume. Fire followed, then silence. From orbit, shells fell into the hive cities. Macro cannon impacts walked across habitation stacks, turning towers of millions into descending storms of ferrocrete dust, burning furniture, broken bodies, and screaming metal. Spires folded into themselves. Bridge districts snapped and spilled refugee columns into the dark between hive levels. Promethium reservoirs ignited beneath manufacturum floors, blowing furnace temples open from below. Shrine plazas vanished beneath bombardment. The statues of saints decapitated by shockwaves before their bodies toppled onto the faithful dying at their feet. Across the trench continents, plague-burst artillery found its rhythm. The mortars spoke and spoke and spoke, sending diseased shells into redoubts where soldiers had already spent their ammunition, their hope, and their water. The explosions burst in trenches packed shoulder to shoulder, with men who had been ordered to hold positions no longer connected to command. Filth filled lungs. Shrapnel opened bellies. Plague gas slid down the trench walls and settled among the wounded like a blanket. Some men drowned where they lay. Others stood with eyes gone green and began biting the throats of those still praying. Poxwalker uprisings consumed the refugee columns. They came from medici camps first, then corpse lines, then ration halls, then from the sealed trains Lord General Rauch had ordered toward evacuation shafts before the oculus fell. The infected burst from within the crowds. A pilgrim with a fever collapsed and rose laughing. A stretcher patient tore his restraints and opened the belly of the orderly carrying him. A child-sized shape crawled from a pile of coats and dragged a guardsman down by the ankles, while the guardsman used his last grenade on his own chest. Panic did what plague loved most. It made bodies press together. It made men breathe each other's fear. It turned crowds into harvests. Forge temples drowned in rust and chanting flies. Machine priests sealed their sanctums, but the rust came through bolt holes, cable ports, water lines, and the marrow of the metal itself. Cogitators developed lesions of green corrosion. Sacred gears locked, then turned backward. Servo arms continued their tasks after their operators died, blessing warheads with black oil, loading shells into guns that now fired according to corrupted firing tables. Skitarii cohorts transmitted Binharic denial until the noosphere answered in the voices of dead astropaths. In the inner levels of the oculus, the last human defense formed around a recording. Lord General Cassian Rauch was dead, cut down in the choir chamber with his blood drying across the corrupted dais, but his final command had survived him in a cracked Vox reliquary carried by Colonel Varron. The colonel played it through every channel still capable of bearing human words. Rauch's voice emerged ruined by static, pain and plague interference, yet unmistakable. Make them pay for every stare. That was all. No promise of victory, no lie about relief fleets, no invocation that made death gentle, just a soldier's last economy, measured in enemy blood, ammunition expenditure and time purchased for men who would not live to use it. The defenders obeyed because there was nothing else left to obey. They fought in stairwells, lift shafts, archive galleries, prayer corridors, and air recycler chapels. Stormtroopers fired from behind barricades, made of broken cogitator banks and dead comrades. Vordrastian grenadiers strapped demolition charges to their own armor and waited behind doors until plague marines passed close enough to be worth the detonation. Priests with burned faces carried icons into choke points and held them high until bolter fire took their arms off. Combat servitors stood in rows, rotary cannons spinning, bodies shaking apart from recoil, while their flesh components rotted inside their plating. The Death Guard came slowly. Always slowly. They did not need speed now. Vordrast's clocks had begun to tick in their favor. Plague Marines advanced through the corridors in close order, bolters thudding, plague knives low, armor scraping the walls. Poxwalkers crawled through vents and over ceilings. Blightlord Terminators forced their way through blast doors with axes and rusted fists. Sorcerers walked behind them, whispering to the dying and making some of the dead stand before their killers had moved on. Captain Acasta Vale bought the last minutes at the western evacuation galleries. He should have been dead before he reached them. His armor had failed in places no artificer could repair under fire. His chest wound leaked despite the seals. His braced leg dragged across the floor, leaving a dark line of blood and hydraulic fluid. Apothecary Severin was gone. His white helm recovered only long enough for Vale to place it against the wall of a chapel and mark it with ash. Around the captain stood the last ashen consuls, fewer than a squad, all wounded, all silent with the knowledge of the end. Below them, evacuation ships rose from launch pits into skies already owned by the enemy. Their engines burned hard. Their holds carried officers, data fragments, gene stores, wounded soldiers, shrine relics, children of noble blood, and thousands of terrified souls chosen by priority codes no sane man would call just. They would not escape. The Death Guard fleet had the skies. The plague had the air. The warp routes were compromised. Every warrior on the gallery knew it. Vale ordered the evacuation anyway. Time mattered, even when salvation did not. A plague marine assault group came through the smoke, and the ashen consuls met them with bolter fire and blade. Vale killed the first traitor with his relic blade, driving it through a cracked gorget and tearing upward until the helm split. Brother Damasus took a plague cleaver through the abdomen and detonated his last crack grenade against the killer's chest. Brother Orpheal held a doorway alone with a thunderhammer until the haft snapped and he used the broken head as a club. The last scout of the strike force, elevated too recently to have forgotten fear entirely, died firing a melter gun into a Blight Lord's knee at point-blank range, laughing through blood as the Terminator collapsed and crushed him. Vale stood until a Man-Reaper found him. Not the champion's blade. Another Deathshroud had come through the smoke, silent and blackened, his armor still cracked from the battles below. Vale turned, too slowly. His relic blade rose. The scythe took him through the side, cutting armor, ribs, lungs, and both hearts in one hooked pull. He dropped to one knee but did not release his sword. The Deathshroud leaned close. Vale's blood steamed across the floor. "We are the ash that endures," the captain whispered. The Deathshroud did not answer. That was his final cruelty and Vale's final dignity. He had spoken his truth whether the monster honored it or not. The scythe moved again, and Captain Acasta Vale died without seeing the evacuation ships burn above the hive. In the ruined lower Nuspheric vault, Magos Dominus Celt 9 attempted one final upload. His body was not whole enough to stand. The Deathshroud had broken his war chassis, split his preserved flesh, severed enough of his systems that a more emotional species would have mistaken him for dead. Yet pieces of him remained active. A cranial cogitator cluster, 3 mechadendrites, a backup vocal grill, a hatred subroutine that had exceeded its original parameters and become something almost devotional. He had crawled, or been dragged by his own damaged limbs, to a data ark housed beneath the Oculus's Western Archive shrine. The ark was a black adamantium reliquary containing sealed memory crystals, astropathic imprint wafers, and emergency martyr records meant to preserve the truth of planetary death for imperial vengeance. Celt 9 connected himself by driving his own data spine into the ark's input socket. He began uploading. Deathshroud confirmed. Mortarion's agents. Silent Terminator Elite. Strategic function beyond Bodyguard. Command decapitation. Internal judgment mechanism. Oculus compromised. Astropathic contagion risk. He transmitted everything he had seen, everything Rauk had learned, everything the Ashen Consuls had bled to confirm. His ruined systems shook as plague scrap code attacked the Ark. He burned out one processor, then another, sealing data behind sacrificial logic walls. His vocal grill clicked. Truth preservation in progress. Omnissiah witness. Flesh casualties irrelevant. Strategic warning essential. A shadow fell over him. The Deathshroud champion stood at the entrance of the archive shrine. Celt 9's remaining lens focused. Hostile entity identified. The champion did not move. Celt 9 continued the upload. 70%, 80%, 90%. The Deathshroud let it near completion. Then the champion raised his plague spurt gauntlet and released a thin, precise stream of living filth into the Data Ark's exposed reliquary port. The Magos shuddered. No, the word emerged not as Binharic, not as formal assessment, but as something almost human. The warning completed. It launched into the remaining astropathic and noospheric channels, carrying all the truth Celt 9 had preserved. The Deathshroud, the Oculus, Mortarion's gaze, Vorgast's judgment, the fall of Belisar Rex, the corruption of Vordrast, and beneath every datum, braided so deeply into the structure that only the act of reading would hatch it, went plague. The warning became a vector. Celt 9 understood in the last fractions of his cognition. The Imperium would receive the truth. Commanders would open the sealed file. Savants would study it. Tech priests would quarantine it too late. Astropaths would dream the attached impressions. Every mind that learned how Vordrast died would carry a seed of the same death. His final transmission was not prayer. Hatred maintained. Then the Deathshroud crushed his cranial core beneath one boot. At the apex of the Oculus Sepulchrum, Mortarion's presence deepened. He did not stride through the chamber in flesh. The world could not have borne it cleanly, and his will did not require such waste. He manifested as pressure, as shadow, as a projected throne shape formed from plague light, warp mist, flies, and the wounded sight of the choir. A hooded silhouette looked out through the corrupted observatory. Wings folded behind it like torn storm clouds. The suggestion of a scythe rested beside it, larger than towers, darker than void. The Deathshroud assembled around that shadow. Two stood within 49th paces of the projected throne shape. Always two. The old law remained, even here, even through projection, even after heresy, damnation, mutation, and 10,000 years of rot. The others took their places along the chamber's broken tiers. They were damaged. Their armor was split, burned, dented, and slick with the remains of loyalists, traitors, machine priests, and plague lords. Their scythes were dark. Their helms were sealed. Their names remained dead. They had once been chosen from warriors already presumed lost, erased from roles, hidden from brothers, known only to Mortarion, bound to the Primarch's shadow in the Great Crusade, shaped by the betrayals of Istvan, remade by the becalmed horror of the Warp, damned beneath Nurgle's patient laughter, and sent now across the 41st millennium wherever the Death Lord's will required eyes, silence, and judgment. They had guarded, they had reaped, they had observed, they had killed enemies, allies, and ambition with the same unhurried precision. Around them, the surviving Death Guard host knelt. The Carrion Mantle knelt without Vorgast. Blight Lords lowered cracked helms. Plague Marines placed bolters across their knees. Sorcerers bowed beside corrupted choir thrones. Tallymen bent over their ledgers and wrote with shaking hands. They did not kneel to the Deathshroud, not truly. Nor did they kneel to victory, for victory had become something colder than celebration. They knelt to the certainty that Mortarion had seen them and found them temporarily useful. Useful things lived, for a time. Vorgast's corpse still stood in the choir chamber, impaled and held upright by flies, a monument to the difference between conquest and obedience. No one looked at it for long. Below, Vordrast Majoris ended by degrees. The final evacuation ships rose and died under lance fire, becoming bright flowers in the poisoned sky. The last macro cannon tower fired until poxwalkers came boiling out of its ammunition lifts. The shrine bells rang with no hands upon them. The forge vaults changed their production rites. The corpse plants sang. The underhives opened. The trenches filled. Men still fought in pockets, because men always did. A sergeant held a stairwell with a chainsword, and 5 soldiers until plague gas took them. A priest crushed a poxwalker's skull with an empty reliquary before another bit out his throat. A tank crew fired their last shell into their own position because the enemy had reached the hull. Courage remained everywhere. The galaxy crushed it anyway. The Deathshroud departed before the last screams ended. They did not celebrate. They did not carve trophies from Vale or Rauk or Kelt 9. They did not speak of Vorgast. They did not boast of the Titan, the Stare, the Choir, or the billions now turning beneath the plague clouds. One by one, they stepped into corpse light, flies spiraling around their forms, man-reapers held low. The champion was last. He looked once toward Mortarion's shadow, then toward the captured star maps. The oculus turned. Its lenses shifted from Vordrast's dying continents to the void beyond. Plague light passed through the observatory's black glass and found 7 worlds marked by imperial root priority, military necessity, faith value, and vulnerability. A shrine moon whose relic fleets were already moving. A forge world awaiting false coordinates. A garrison planet redeploying reserves. A naval anchorage blind to infected data. A pilgrim route fat with bodies. A fortress hive whose corpse logistics resembled Vordrast's own. A cardinal world where bells rang every dawn. Across the warp, on each of those 7 worlds, bells began to toll, though no hand touched them. The Death Lord had opened his eyes, and the harvest had only begun.